Okay, well, we're gonna do the recap then. Yeah,
I can do
anyone
it.
else? Yeah, go ahead.
Let me just go back to my notes.
Mm-hmm.
So, we made our way into the Hag's residence. We were going through. Some of us went up the rope. Some of us stayed down below. We fought a undead spider person. We were then accosted by living vines that we had to deal with. We found the formula for the dark vision telescope that was created by the gnomes. I decided to transcribe the formula but return the book to the gnomes for promise of future trade when we restart Dammerhall. We found the witch's laboratory / bedroom. We found a skizrael tied to the ground. Thrum and I think Nolgrim it was got turned to stone from these statues. The Sisgrel's name was Larathak, and he was what's called a weaver in their people, who was being harvested slowly for his parts, web, and venom, I believe. Helping us out, we cased the laboratory while the rest of us recovered. We went back in, we killed some more spiders, and that's where we ended it. Oh, and there's supposed to be a beast of some kind in the Hag's personal chambers above, so there's probably going to be some kind of weird monstrosity. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah. It was just some good old-fashioned dungeon delving.
We also ended it a little shortly, because if I remember correctly, that was one of those days I was having really bad problems with my back.
Yeah, how are you doing about that, by the way?
Oh, I'm fine now. I have a little bit of problems in a different spot of my back now, which is great.
Yeah.
But it's not so bad that I can't function. It just, when I wake up, I'm like, oh, God. But yeah, I'm good.
I hear that. All right. Okay, so the question for this week. What are your thoughts on the skizrael? Gotten some new information last session, so
I think I found our way down the hole.
Still uncertain.
Taskill. All right, Thrum and Freya.
Thrum would say apparently not all of them are bad.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. 1 second. What are your thoughts on the skizrael?
At this point, mostly evil.
Cool.
Evil asterisk.
Just a few good apples.
Few neutral apples. They're like those apples that just have a couple bruises on the outside.
It's not that the squishy parts are actually bad for you or taste bad. It's just a texture thing.
Yeah. That's why you just use those ones to bake into a pie, and it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to our Apple podcast.
Where we talk about the different types of apples.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of the Gala apple myself.
Just 8 hours of talking about the Gala apple.
Honeycrisp.
Don't even get me started on oranges, though. Anyway, moving on before we actually start talking about fruit.
Then you just suddenly disconnect and no one mentions you ever again. We don't talk about the fruit heretic.
Sorry about that silence there for 20 seconds. That will never happen again.
Yep. All right, I'll move you guys back over to the dungeon map.
so many pixels.
Yep.
All of the pixels. Oh, Thrum, what are you doing in there?
You guys had just killed another couple swarms of spiders.
Yep, and in there was just
yeah, I
another series of
remember
cogs and stuff, right?
Yep, it looks like they're missing a few cogs to make it function.
So most likely they're going to be downstairs if they're anywhere.
Mhm.
I think last time we were talking about how we were going to start heading down there.
Okay.
Unless anyone else has a better idea. That's the only place we have explored yet.
Sounds good to me.
I will say to everybody, though, when we go down, avoid the centers of the room, because I remember there being traps there.
Okay. Do you want
In my roundabout way.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. You got it. I guess we'll just say Nolgrim goes back outside to make sure that the hag doesn't try to get away or something. I always feel so weird when using a player character for a character that is player that isn't here.
I always just thematically say that they're fighting with us,
Yeah.
but they're just like a narrative thing, not that they're actually participating in the roles and stuff, because it's, again, a narrative thing. Like, if you were watching a movie,
Yeah,
they'd be in there in the background.
You can just say that then.
That way
All
we
right.
don't accidentally kill his character while he's gone.
Yeah, that's my strict rule, is that even if I set them outside, keep them narrative, or actually frickin' roll for them, I don't like the idea of killing a player character when the player isn't here. You know that character that you had with the Ark? Yep, totally whiffed and murdered it. Alright. So
if I remember correctly, this is the area where I threw some fire to see if it did anything, but didn't do anything.
Yep. Because it's all covered.
I'm still doing that thing with my crowbar where I'm kind of tapping the walls and floor as I move, making sure nothing sounds hollow.
Yeah.
General perception check while I'm going through.
Yeah.
I'm not like doing an active search.
Yeah, give me a perception check. And Michael and Kenneth, do you want to move your guys' tokens to where you would be?
Cool.
You're all riding that trap line there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are not detecting anything out of the ordinary there, Fergis.
I'm gonna just go to here and like peek my way around the sides.
Alright. Diagonal reveal. Activate.
Okay, oh god, we switched genres. We're now in Diagonal Alley.
Diagon Alley?
Wait, that's the wrong thing. I was using the draw diagonal tool.
Diagonal alley.
So there's that first, and then I guess like that. Yeah, good. My brain's shooting sparks right now, so that makes enough sense.
No worries. Gonna just motion to everybody that I'm gonna head down on the map, the south direction. But I am gonna opt for a little bit more stealth, so I'm gonna like stop using my crowbar to tap things and actually try to sneak.
Okay.
Which may or may not work, but you know.
Okay.
Yeah, this way.
All right. Let me reveal a little bit more for you. All right, so you enter in to a low-ceilinged room that looks like at one time it was like a bunk room, as there's lots of like metal and wood bed frames kind of strewn about. but completely overgrown with vines and mold. And right over here, you see one of those clockwork gnomes. It's currently got its back to you, and it looks like in its two mechanical pincer hands, it's holding like shreds of fabric, and it's standing over the ruined bed, and it's like doing the motion of trying to lay sheets down, but then it keeps repeating the motion over and over and over again. It's much more rusted than the ones that you saw back in Haverswald, and there's like little mushrooms growing out of the side of it, because apparently it's been standing here doing this for a while.
Does it look like it's been doing this and it just hasn't been wound, or does it look like
it's moving? So
okay.
It's been wound at some point, but you haven't run into any other ones that would wind it. So
okay. Question: the cogs that are on its back, would it fit in that room up there that was missing a cog?
You would need to crack that thing open. The other ones are a little bit bigger. Sorry.
Like the cog that it was it missing something that's going to be small enough that would be in this thing?
No, it'd probably be bigger. This is a lot smaller.
Gotcha. Well, if it's not hurting anybody, I'm gonna leave it alone. Mm-hmm. Just whisper to Freya next time I come across her that there's another toy down there for you. He can make beds for you.
All right.
It's like a dream. A housekeeping robot.
I mean, it's basically just a fancy Roomba.
Mm-hmm. This space here appears to be where the majority of the different vines and growth are coming from in this area, and it smells absolutely wretched, as there's these small little spaces here that look like they might sink down into some kind of hole, making you think this was the latrine. As you stick your head in here, though, you do hear some rustling coming from this one over here.
Okay.
Poo rats.
Yeah, Underdark ferrets.
I'm gonna stay here, but the vines underneath me, do they look like they're moving at all?
Nope, they're very much stable. And it's worth pointing out, since you've been upstairs, they do appear to be a different variety than the ones that were in the library.
Okay. I'm gonna take my crowbar and just kind of like rap against this wall here, like poke my head out and arm out, and just hit it really hard on the wall a few times, and just see if the sound reacts to it at all.
All right. Let me see here. You notice that as you do that, there's a large mound of fungus and mold coming out of the hole there that now starts visibly shaking and moving as you do that.
Backing up.
Coming. Okay, well, never mind. You don't see what it is then. If you back up, you can totally do that. But
no, I'm gonna stick around for it. I'm literally, this is what I was trying to do. I was just joking.
Yeah. Popping out of the hole is a creature made entirely of fungus, but its form seems weirdly reminiscent of a canine.
Mm-hmm.
It has no eyes, but its head section does seem to have teeth of like sharpened, I don't know, fungus gunk. And it does look directly at you.
Does it look aggressive, I imagine?
Very.
Okay.
And we are going to roll for initiative.
Like Zoink Scoob?
You woke the poo rat.
Hey, if we ever need another thing to pull the cart, this thing's made of fungus, it'll probably survive fine here.
Where are we going to find enough shit to feed it?
I mean, we're dwarves. I'm pretty sure we make our own. Oh yeah, I probably should roll for Ivy real quick.
Oh, yep. Oh,
Okay.
I have one all set up.
The shit lion.
All right. True to form, Fergus, you're up first.
Okay. Looking at, he's made of fungus, but is it like slimy fungus or?
It's definitely slimy fungus. You would definitely get the impression this thing's not vulnerable to fire.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just take a shot at it with my bow. I imagine this will not be sneak attack.
Nah, it noticed you.
21, I imagine, will hit
Yep, that will hit.
for 4 damage. And I just start running down the hallway, being like, "Shit dog, shit dog, shit dog." And that's my turn.
Oh, hell's a shit dog.
What level are
And
we
it
at
comes
now?
barreling down the hall. Oh,
Level-
that might be it.
Level 4, if Michael.
Yeah,
First
level
of all, I
4.
think it's slang. They say, "What's up, dog?" and then they say, "Shit, dog."
All
That
right.
does sound like something an old man would say.
It's going to come out over here. And let's see. Hold on. Its movement's not done. I'm just checking something. What's its... Oh, no. Okay, yeah. So it's going to go all the way for Fergus.
You.
And it's going to make 2 bite attacks. 1, 2.
Second one will obviously hit.
Okay, so you take 3 piercing damage and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Is it a poison?
Yes, it will be.
So I have advantage on those, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
You pass it.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I got last time was an ability score improvement.
And that's it.
Yep. Thrum.
Thrum will delay until after Taskill.
Okay. Freya. Also, to be clear, these hallways are wide enough that you guys can move past each other here.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, he'd walk up and hit.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, then
you
you
go back.
Yeah.
2 hands. Swing his battle axe.
While he's
Do
doing
we
that, by
get
the way,
anything for flanking?
No, there's no flanking. This isn't Pathfinder.
Okay.
I was just gonna say that the turn order really needs a back button.
It does. It seriously does. I don't know why that's not a feature, but whatever. 14 will hit.
Okay.
No, the back button's for the Premium Plus users.
I am Premium Plus, so...
You're not Uber Secret Double Probation.
Oh, right.
Premium
I'm not
Plus.
double Illuminati status.
You're not Roll20.com status.
Yep. So yeah, you bring down your battle axe and it bites into its fungusy flesh. It's a little bit strange whacking it because its flesh does give underneath the axe pretty easily, but its bodily structure doesn't seem to register damage the same way. For clarity, you are doing full damage. I'm just describing why it's so freaking beefy.
Okay.
Because normally around like 20 damage and a normal wolf would crumble. So
Gotcha.
now it's Freya.
It doesn't really look like there's much I can do here. Yeah. So I guess I'm just gonna pass my turn. Not really anything I can do.
All right. I imagine Ivy's going to do something similar there.
Yeah. She'll go up and pick some of these mushrooms. Pocket
Gotcha.
them for fun later.
Taskill.
Assuming they're toxic. So I'll go ahead and swing at it with the battle axe. Gonna have any sort of cover or anything?
No. It's just going to be a normal roll.
Yeah,
That will
11
miss.
probably.
So I'll say, like, maybe you're having a little bit trouble swinging it around the corner, just to flavor that. However, before Fergus's turn, Fergus, you hear in the room behind you the creaking of vines and the breaking of some wooden boards as some fungus-covered gnomish zombies are rising out of the ground. Or their
Nope.
piles, accurately. So, it's going to
And say I don't hear no shit out.
move here. And they're each going to take a slam against you. 1, 2.
First one will hit.
Alright. 5 bludgeoning damage. And for
Okay.
clarity, the clockwork gnome is still just trying to make a bed that's no longer existing.
That's fair.
Alright.
So, for my bonus action, I'm going to give Thrum advantage.
Mhm.
Like, do what you just did, but harder. And then I'm going to attack the one between us with a dagger.
Awesome.
Hey. I'd probably catch a glimpse of him around the corner. Hey, we should fall back once we get you on the other side of this fungus.
I imagine 11 will not hit.
Yeah, you're attacking the fungus wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll miss.
Well, that's my turn.
Alright. So it's going to do one attack against Fergus, one attack against Thrum. The first one will be Fergus, the second one will be Thrum.
Just
One.
Positioning him, thinking,
Miss.
how now? Perfectly symmetrical violence never solved anything.
So 22, that'll hit you, right, Thrum?
Yes.
Okay. So you take 6 piercing damage and give me a Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Okay.
See, I'm really freewheeling with this whole. Yeah, that'll pass. You're good. All right. Thrum.
Oh, how heavy does this thing look?
I swear to God, if you grapple this thing,
About
you're
the
gonna get
same.
covered in shit.
I was gonna drag it out of your way so you could run out.
I would say probably about the weight of a normal wolf. It's slightly bigger than a normal wolf, but probably somewhere around there. I don't imagine mushrooms are any heavier than flesh or bone.
All right, I'll just swing, but I've got a +2.
You got advantage. It's different.
Oh, you got. Oh, sorry.
So roll a second time and take the higher.
Yep.
Because that first one will miss. That'll hit though. 11 slashing.
Man, I was hoping you were gonna grapple him so I could start calling you poo shrooms.
Oh yeah, that one cuts really deep into it. It's a bit hobbled. You would definitely say it's bloodied by this point. Did you want to do anything else?
No.
All right. Freya?
All right. I guess I'll move up Steel Defender through here.
Yeah.
So that's really all I can do.
Gotcha. Ivy's just waiting, I imagine.
Yep, just chilling.
Taskill. Kenneth?
Yeah, I'm muted. see if he holds smite. Yeah, concentration up to a minute. So I will go ahead and double check. Yeah, bonus action cast. And swing with a battle axe at. Because something's got to connect someday. But not today.
Yeah, that will miss. Zombie time. These two zombies are gonna keep punching into Fergus's backside. 1, 2.
Both miss.
Yep.
Phew.
Fun fact about zombies: they are actually shit. No, their goal is that they soak up a ton of damage.
And I'm confused because I thought this guy was actually shit.
No, none of them are shit. Actually, it just crawled out of a shit. Listen, you leave a pile of shit in the ground for 100 years, and I want to see it not roll mildew when it's damp.
I'm gonna bonus action Taskill and be like, "You can hit one of these days, old man." And I'm gonna attack this one.
All right. That will hit.
With sneak attack will be 13 damage.
13 damage. It's looking very bad at this point.
And that's it.
Okay. It's gonna split its attacks again.
First on me.
Yep, first on you, second on Thrum. 1, 2.
I missed me again.
3 piercing damage on Thrum, and give you another Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Yep. Oof!
That one will fail.
Was it like a
The
2 and a 3?
I got the
Oh no, a 3 and a 4.
Oh, Taskill, some of it got in my mouth.
So yeah, it takes a nip at Fergus, which he jumps back from, trying to avoid the zombies reaching out. And then it comes around and it catches you in the thigh, and where its fangs sink in, tiny like growths of mold come out of the wound. And let me roll this. You have a mold sickness now. You reduce your maximum hit points by 7 until it's cured.
Ew.
Yeah. So keep track of that on somewhere, Cope.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it as temporary hit points, -7.
Yep, that checks out. All right, but that's its turn. So Thrum.
All right, does that deal 7 more damage as well?
Yep.
Or just drop the max? Okay.
Or actually, hold on, let me double check. Let me reread it. Oh, okay. So, 2 things. 1, it does not do 7 more damage. 2, you also have the poisoned condition until the disease is cured.
Anyone know offhand what that
No,
does?
disadvantage on everything.
Basically,
Oof.
yeah.
All right. The bastard got me.
But it doesn't reduce his hit points anymore?
It does not reduce his hit points anymore.
Okay, was that like a Pathfinder thing?
No, I just misread the ability.
That's a pretty good disadvantage.
Yeah, that does hit.
Thrum takes a side look at Taskill. He's not that hard to hit.
You say that, and then you lop it in half, and the 2 sides like twitch on the ground for a minute, like its little wolf legs are going, and then it kind of just drops still, kind of like when a lizard severs its tail.
Like, I was dreaming of chasing a cat.
All right, should
Oh,
we back into
cat.
the other room?
That'd be best.
You still have your move.
So he's going to back up. We have 25 feet of movement?
Mm-hmm.
Mind the center now, boys. What happened when we stepped on the center?
Like mini ballistas fired at you. Basically heavy crossbows mounted in hidden nooks of the wall. I mean, conceivably, you could keep pressing on it till it ran out of ammo, but...
Yeah. Well, we could have the zombies walk over it.
All right. Freya. You're muted, Michael. You're saying anything.
Just that I'm gonna pull back here.
Well,
Oh, Michael.
Since you were the one that triggered it before, I'll say you maybe took a diagonal through your guardian space to not step on it. Unless you want to trigger it again.
I think it would have shot your dad.
No, I knew it was there. I just wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Okay. If there's nothing else, Ivy.
She'll probably just go roundabout to get over here and hold an arrow in case something comes by.
Okay. Taskill.
So I'll hold an attack until after Fergis is behind me, and if the zombies come up after him, but of course their turn's between us. So.
Okay. Fungus zombies. They will be continuing their assault on Fergus. 1, 2.
Nope.
You're just too agile for their flailing. That's their
Screaming,
turn.
ew, 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 the entire time. So disengage is a bonus action.
Yep.
Get to here, and then I'm gonna hold an arrow as my action.
Okay.
To fire upon when ready.
Thrum?
He'll pull out his crossbow and he'll step back. And can you ready actions?
Yeah.
So if when a zombie turns this corner, he's going to shoot at it.
Absolutely. Freya.
Where it was the ballista thing that his trap was, right?
Yeah, that center space there.
Yeah, where is the ballista? Is it in the ceiling?
It's somewhere in a nook in the ceiling. Like a concealed hole.
He's gonna step in there. He's gonna bring him in like cattle.
Mm-hmm. I imagine Ivy's holding.
Yep.
Alright. Taskill.
Mm-hmm. I'll back up and hold the attack again.
Okay. Fungus zombies. So, the first one steps here. Everyone who has ranged held attacks can fire that shit off.
I'm gonna hold mine,
Okay.
but an Ivy will fire off.
And I think Thrum was going to as well.
Yep. But I just remembered I have disadvantage, so...
Oh, it should have been a 19 and not a 20 because her advantage toggles on.
Ah. Well, that'll still hit anyway. So give it a shot there, Thrum.
Thrum missed.
Ivy got a 9.
Yep. Alright. Funks an arrow into the side of its head. It'll then step up here to guide at Taskill. Did you still have a held action there, Taskill?
And so did I. I was waiting for him to get in range.
Okay.
So we both get to fire off.
Yep. Taskill, that'll hit.
Alright, so it's this, and 1d6 fire damage from the searing smite, which also apparently causes it to ignite in flames.
Nice.
And we'll need to make a Constitution save. On a failed save, it takes 1d6 fire. On successful save, spell ends.
Okay.
Oh yeah, on his next turn, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That will hit as well, Fergus.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, they're zombies.
Yeah, they're zombies.
17 damage.
17 damage. So that'll put it at 0. So it needs to do a DC.
Nazi zombies.
22. Yeah. Very
So-
unlikely that it'll succeed this. Nope.
Oh, I thought you rolled a 22. I'm like, oh, it's still up.
No. It needs to get a DC 22. Yeah. So, Taskill, you bring down your battle axe. It ignites into fire with your searing smite. It like goes from like the collarbone down into the torso. And it starts sparking on fire, and then Fergus just fires another arrow right into the other side of its head, snapping its head back, and it topples to the ground. And here comes the other one.
Teamwork.
And it'll take a slam at Taskill. And miss! Terribly. Oh, wait, there is one other thing I almost forgot. When that thing went down, let's see. It kind of, when it goes down, it releases a massive cloud of spores. So, Taskill, you take 3 poison damage, which you are resistant to.
So,
And-
what?
Yeah, 1 poison damage, and give me a Constitution saving throw at advantage.
Does it hit me too?
Nope, only adjacent. You pass, so no other effects, just the 1 poison damage. And then the slam from the other one that missed.
Mhm.
Yeah, they've got like a death burst, basically. Fergus?
Gonna go here. Gonna go ahead and I'll give Thrum advantage. He has a crossbow out, and then I'll go ahead and fire off a shot.
Okay. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that'll hit.
For another 15 damage.
Another just sizable hit into it. Thrum.
Alright. He'll knock and fire.
You'll have
Roll
advantage
it
on it?
normally, because since you have advantage, it just rolls cancels
Yeah,
out.
it'll just roll normal now, which is good.
Ah,
And I break my crossbow.
oh, yeah, 'cause
somehow
it's
it
poisoned.
Somehow
Oh
it
god, did I
jams.
just shoot Taskill in the back?
No, it's not that bad. I'll just say you miss. Freya, you do have line of sight on this thing now, if you want to hit it with ranged.
Alright. Let me check what I'm using that I kept active. Repeating shot is active. So, light crossbow +1.
Begin firing. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Mhm. It's like basically a semi-automatic Glock.
I would really like to see you build a like machine gun crossbow.
You ready for this, Michael? That hits.
Woo! 10 piercing.
All right. So that puts it at 0. So it needs to do a DC 15 save.
Magically, another arrow or bolt appears in the...
Oh, your magical bolt slams doing it, and it actually takes off its head, but the rest of it is still going.
Oh, that's creepy.
Mhm.
I thought you were supposed to aim for the head.
I mean, to be
That's-
fair, the head's pretty dead.
That's plague zombies, not magic zombies. Ivy.
Go ahead and fire off with her as well. Click the button. Come on.
Yeah. go.
No, it's
So
a
that-
magic zombie. You have to aim for the crystal in the chest.
So that would be 13, so it needs to pass an 18. Nope. That one makes it go down.
And now the poison.
Yep. So roll me another Constitution saving throw at advantage there, Taskill, as you take yet another 1 point of poison damage.
Because fuck that cleric.
And you pass with flying colors, so it's no problem. You see, I felt really confident about throwing shit tons of poison damage at you guys in this campaign for obvious reasons.
Don't worry, we'll just send another like a basilisk at us later on, and then we'll all fail.
All right, combat over.
I'd be needing a shower after this, but
Luckily, we're near a lake.
This stuff is nasty. And Thrum's gonna, I guess, take out his water bottle and try and wash out the wound. And apply a poultice.
Do your poultices cure disease?
No, they do not. But
It's a
it'll
poison, right?
heal me some.
It's a disease effect.
Okay, because I had that violent chanterelle that's an antitoxin. Because if it was considered poisoning.
Would that
I
work?
have any spells that
I'm
can help.
thinking about that, yeah.
Because if it were to work, I would just be like, here, chew on this.
I'll let it roll to see if it helps.
Okay, well, I'll still give it to him. And
Grant
Give it a
another
shot.
save attempt or something.
Yeah, grant another save attempt. This one not at advantage, just a flat.
Okay. Con save?
Here, I gotta drop the call for just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no
Okay.
nope.
Nope.
That mushroom tastes like piss. Now we got
Well, yeah,
shit
it's been in
on
my
leg and
it's been in
piss
my pocket
mouth.
for almost a month.
Damn it.
Pop pocket mushroom.
It's no pocket bacon, but it'll do.
Share your tots.
Mm. I mean, technically, I have purified food and drink, but none of us are vampires, so you don't qualify as either.
Yeah. Alas.
That'd be hilarious if you could use that to cure poisons and diseases from people if you were a vampire.
I would allow it only if you were a vampire.
Because technically, it's not a lie.
Or you worship the god of vampires. That would be hilarious. Where it's like, so your god considers me food for that spell? Apparently. Well, that's not concerning.
And you worship it? Oh, yeah, 100%.
Mhm.
Okay.
I am down to clown. Actually, I think I'm going to take a... I know we're really early on, but I'm going to take a quick bio. So, be right back.
Where's that water going? As far as random things that YouTube suggests.
Yeah, YouTube suggests a lot of weird shit.
Got
a lot
a
of
place
old
to
shit.
undrink the water.
Mm-hmm. No, it's pretty good. Fucking, they keep recommending me, the Oni cartoons thing again, where it's like, it's Leviosa. If you've ever seen that.
Sounds familiar. I've seen Potter Puppet Pals, but I imagine it's a similar amount of jokes of just generic Potterhood.
I'll just go ahead and link it.
Keeps recommending for me Big Top Burgers, which is a series of shorts that are interesting. They've got an intro and credits, and those tend to be longer than the actual episode that they've put together.
I don't think I've ever returned to this quiet of a Skype call.
Yep.
Both dropped for whatever reasonings. And well, we had some back and forth about weird things that YouTube has shown us. We kind of stopped for a minute.
I started looking at something someone linked me, so I got distracted. I mean, best time to do it is at a break.
Doing that.
Trying to resist the urge to bring The Sims up.
You play The Sims.
I do. I've played The Sims ever since it started, and whenever I have a good idea for a character, I go in and make them and try and make their, their personality, and hilarity ensues. And I started one last night because I've been watching this basically like a survival series called Alone.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the guys in it was pretty damn funny, so I made a sim and was like, okay, I'm not giving this guy anything but a tent. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, my wife plays that game a lot. Or she, not recently, but she has a lot in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Laura. Apparently Coat plays The Sims. She's over here excited that another person that she knows plays it.
Oh, yeah. I bought The Sims 4 and returned it that day. I did not like it. I still stick with The Sims 3.
Isn't that the one that has the awful load times, though?
God, it is. Yeah, it's terrible.
I tried 3, but I did not like it compared to 1 and 2.
Yeah. I think Laura skipped straight from 2 to 4 mostly. She played 3 a little bit, but... Oh, did you play the fuck out of 3? Okay. Yeah. Cope said he returned the number 4 because he hated it.
Yeah, it's the same problem as Civilization has. They release expansion packs, and then the next game it's all back to possibly even less than what was in the previous base game.
Yeah. And I've got, with Sims 3, I don't even know how many expansion packs I have. Well, we had a store near us. I don't remember even what it was at this point. Maybe it was like a Blockbuster or something like that. Go out of business, and we walked in, and it was literally a real true, you can buy any DVD in here for $1. But they sold computer games. And so I got like 10 expansion packs. I just picked up all the Sims 3 expansion packs, and I bought them all for like $1. I also got some really terrible movies that day because they were down to like 5% of their movies left. I've only ever had that happen twice. Both times it was very satisfying where they're like, we're literally closing the doors tomorrow, so we're selling everything, including the shelves that stuff is on. And I got a really good long leaf blower, a gas-powered leaf blower for like $30, and it was like a $300 blower.
Yeah.
Of course, there's no returns.
Yeah, but at 90% off, you can afford to just buy any part that's broken on it again.
Yeah, true.
What was it that closed down? A couple years ago now, Safeway near me closed down.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just didn't want to keep the location open anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
But we got a fuck ton of liquor for like dirt cheap. It was like the liquor was like 80% off, so that's why everyone was there.
Oh, that's a liquor store?
Safeway is just a grocery store, but it has a whole liquor department.
Ah.
You never heard of a Safeway?
All right.
No, I don't think there are any over here in the
Have you heard of like Rayleigh's or?
Nope.
No? It must be western side of the United States then.
Yeah, I'm curious.
literally just a big grocery store chain. It's kind of like Albertsons and.
Never heard of it.
Oh.
What about Publix? Have you heard of Publix?
I have not heard of Publix.
Have you ever heard of Kroger?
It's basically like a Kroger.
Oh, you have?
I've heard of it. I lived in Nebraska for a time,
Okay.
so I've heard a few things about that.
Yeah,
area.
I guess grocery stores are regional.
Also, I think some grocery stores are kind of like Best Foods mayonnaise, where it's called Hellman's on one side of the country and Best Foods on the other side.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Hellman's.
Yeah, West Coast they call it Best Foods. Did Gombo fall in the toilet?
I
I'm back.
think that,
There you
that Richard was like, yeah, no, it's like this other grocery store chain you don't have.
I was just trying to think of a big grocery store that might have chains near there. But,
I don't know. Do they have a Piggly Wiggly out there?
no, but I've heard that name before.
Is that a thing?
It is.
What about
I know
food?
there's one called Aldi's that's it was in Nebraska.
Yeah, it's a decent store.
Yeah,
I
all
heard
these
that-
just
isn't
came.
like Isn't that like the cheap ass one where like you can get super like eggs for like a dozen for like a nickel?
Yeah, they're fairly cheap and decent quality. They used to have good cheese puffs, but haven't seen them in forever.
Cheese
I-
puffs, you say?
I always
Yes.
get so nervous when a store sells stuff for like way cheaper than everywhere else.
I get them still. Then I'm like, I'm eating human skin, aren't I?
Well, all these is definitely like cut to the bone on frills and stuff. They've got this thing that you're supposed to link the carts together and put a quarter in to get the cart. And that stays locked in until you lock the cart back up. And there's
that's a
only
good way
ever
to-
like one cashier on duty.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I saw a video of someone inside of one of the carts, and their friend is pushing them, and they just push them into the cart thing and lock it back in.
That sounds like something my sister would have done to me.
I like how you say that with both a laugh and a tear go.
I started looking at the bruise on my arm.
All right. Well, sorry for the hold up there.
D&D.
Sometimes nature yells. Back to D&D.
Yep. So unless we think we need to rest, I say we progress to the east side.
I'll be fine. Let's keep on moving.
And it's true to the rhyme. Moving on up to the east side. So I'm gonna check out this one first.
Okay. I remember you looked at this door.
You looked at the doors, yeah.
Yeah.
So
this
I'm
is-
just gonna try to open it.
Okay. It swings right open. Let me reveal the room to you. This looks like it's what remains of was once a storeroom. There's lots of broken barrels and shelves, mostly dusty, not really moldy, but there are still a few boxes intact.
Oh, I got my crowbar out. I'm gonna start opening boxes.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like there is a locked chest over there in that corner.
Be like, Ivy, I found something fun for us to do. I'm gonna call her over to help me with the lock.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like there are any shit monsters in here.
I am gonna check to see if the lock is trapped or the chest is
Okay.
trapped.
Give me
Investigation.
Chocolate trap.
I'll have her
Just
assist me.
pour
so I
some
can use
gunpowder
advantage.
in there. Okay,
Yep.
throw a match in.
So it's a
It
21.
is. It's not trapped. It looks like just a basic padlock.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to pick it. Thieves' tools with dexterity.
I usually allow dexterity or like intelligence.
It's the same either way for me.
While exploring the tower of the Mad Wizard Reese, you are under attack by a peanut butter and a chocolate golem.
Yeah. You just it's a very basic lock. It was DC 10, so you just slide in, You work at it for just a second, and then it clicks right open.
So wait, there's not like a lock picking skill?
It's a thieves' tools.
Thieves' tool proficiency.
So you use tool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did that for a lot of things.
A lot of people forget that, and I'm kind of a fan of using tools in place of some skills, because it kind of makes sense. I like it, personally. It's kind of like, instead of having a drive skill, you use, like, wagon proficiency if you're doing a high-speed chase, which makes sense to me, but... inside, you find a, looks like a cylindrical object, covered in, like, a tarp.
Oh, I'm gonna remove the tarp.
It's a telescope.
Well, just gonna pick. I was gonna pick it up and gonna show it to Thrum.
That's
we'll give him the formula, but we're keeping
tarp
this.
right there.
No, this thing, and I hold the telescope in the other hand.
Just like in Pathfinder, where telescopes are worth a fuck ton of money.
They are.
Most likely, it's going to be a dark vision one.
1 second. Pause button there. Ba-ba-ba.
What we didn't realize is this whole room was the mimic, not the chest.
1 second.
Oh no, the telescope sees inside me.
That'd be a very funny encounter. You just make a whole room of a dungeon.
So that will hit Ivy.
It's a mimic!
So it does 6 bludgeoning damage to Ivy, and she is... yeah, it was actually the pile of broken crates behind you was the mimic, not the telescope or the chest.
I haven't fought a mimic in like 25 years.
I know, right?
They're very underutilized because everyone expects them.
Yeah, so Ivy is now grappled. It was smart enough to think that she was the weaker prey. And now we roll initiative. Roll initiative again. So yeah, you turn around to show the telescope, Fergus, just in time to see a pile of what you thought was broken crates suddenly morph in form, and like a pseudopod hits out and just hits Ivy in the back, and she gives a yelp of surprise and she starts being dragged towards it.
At this point, he just decides, like, yeah, that was bound to happen.
Well, you could have told me!
Well, I didn't know when it was going to happen, but, I mean, when doesn't something come alive and try to eat us?
The fact that you're so casual about this is very not comforting at the moment. Help!
Ladies, quit chatting and let's kill the box monster.
And, of course, it rolls last. So, Fergus.
Thrum, I'm going to give him advantage to kind of even him out with his disadvantage.
Thank you.
And then I am going to pull out a dagger, and from Hell's Heart I stab at thee.
Okay. That'll hit.
Ivy will provide me sneak attack, luckily. So that'll be 14 damage.
Also, it hasn't acted yet, so I think normally...
Only if they're surprised, I think. I don't think it's like Pathfinder where if they haven't acted, they just get sneak attack damaged on them.
I mean, technically in this encounter it acted by grabbing Ivy, so...
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Tomato.
You stab right into it there. Anything else?
No, that was my bonus action. I don't really want to move from here.
Okay. Taskill.
Well, let us run on up to the excitement and a swing.
That'll hit. 4 damage. Thrum.
Thrum will step up and shift into big form.
Got you.
Swan.
And bring his axe down. Shards.
Always shifting into big form in small places.
Yeah, he hits his head on the ceiling here. Yeah, that'll hit. damage.
It is uncomfortably crouched over trying to swat this thing.
So Ivy is currently stuck to it. She has the grappled condition.
So she will have disadvantage, but she's going to obviously try to stab herself free.
Yep. I feel like she wouldn't have sneak attack in this regard.
I mean, that's fine.
Just because otherwise it feels like all rogues would want to do is... that still hits, would be grapple.
Well, I mean, not really, because you get disadvantage, and you usually only get one attack, so...
Either way.
And then... I don't think she has 2 daggers, she only has 1. Or no, she has a short sword, so... Can I retroactively say that was the second attack and have her... Or however I want to do it?
Can she take 2 attacks?
It doesn't say she's restrained or anything, she's just grappled, so... I'll just leave it as is for now.
Yeah.
I did the dagger first. I'm supposed to do the short sword first when I have 2 weapon anyway. Because it's not a light weapon or offhand weapon.
All right.
Whatever.
So she chooses not to get try to get unstuck. All right, Freya. Just a whole lot of commotion in that room.
Freya's gonna come over here, the door. I got range on that, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we can fit any more people in there, though.
I was gonna say, I think the dog could fit right here. Nuzzle
I mean, there's also a place by me.
Yeah. Oh no, the dog's coming.
Oh god.
The real trap.
All right, everyone, bring your druid animal companions.
The real trap was after it reaches the whole floor is a pressure plate, and after it reaches a certain weight, it goes down and the room explodes.
That would be fantastic. I will put that in the notebook for later, but.
Yeah, that is a really good idea.
I mean, I love the fact that I watched someone's video and he was describing the ultimate trolling dungeon, and he said it has a treasure chest with 8 swords hanging over it. The chest is filled with 2 gold, and each sword is a mimic. And I love that so much.
Oh, so you found my video.
Yeah.
No, it didn't have 2 trapped, pitfalls that was literally one right after the other.
That will hit, and he did have that in his troll dungeon.
You did.
Yeah, that'll hit Michael.
Cool. The Steel Defender's gonna come in.
It's around this time that what limited sentience the Mimic has is greatly regretting the timing of his attack.
Can he fit in here? If not, I can...
Yeah, I'll say he can.
Yeah, I would just
go for it. There's no escape.
Just everyone jump on top of the mimic.
Basically.
Literally just stomping on it.
Here comes Nolgrim. That'll hit.
4, 5...
You know, it attacked our mascot. It has to pay.
Yeah. Just don't tell her that she's the mascot.
This thing's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it is looking so very bad. It is bleeding out of so many places.
Now, quick, let's tame it and we can have a pet mimic.
It's going to do the only thing it reasonably can do, and it's going to bite Ivy. It has advantage because it's got advantage against anything it captured with ease. It's an adhesive trait. 18.
Mm-hmm.
4 piercing plus 5 acid.
Oh yeah, that hurts her.
Mm-hmm. As it manifests teeth, she's like stuck to its tongue and it's biting her.
Okay.
Kill him, Fergis. Go save your girlfriend.
First attack with my short sword.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For 14 damage.
And that kills it.
I just slice out its tongue at the end.
Yep. And it like withers and kicks around and shifts between a few different objects before it kind of settles into just a nondescript purple-gray mound of mush.
Oh, hey. No surprise around every corner in here.
I think now is a good time to take a rest while we search this room for any stuff that might be in this crate.
Ivy's
Or
just
any of
like
the crates.
catching her breath. I'm gonna be very uncomfortable around broken crates for a while. That
Yeah,
was unpleasant.
this wouldn't be a bad room to hole up in.
Yeah, we probably should start resting for at least a few of us, and the rest of them can search the crates that are actual crates in here.
I don't know what you're talking about. I still got all my spells.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to check out the next door, Freya, while they're taking a short rest, I don't have a rule against you taking actions while they're resting.
Goodbye, Freya.
I mean, I imagine if she got in trouble, we would have to start coming helping.
Yeah, you're close enough by.
Yeah, unless anyone is opposed, I'm gonna start rolling hit die.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Unless Taskill, do you have any spells to burn before we?
I would save the
but if we're gonna
spells.
raid, or if we're gonna rest.
Do you get yours back after a short rest?
Only Loki does.
Okay, never mind. Don't.
That's like the Warlock special thing.
Wizards get some back after a short rest, but they're like the only exception otherwise.
Yeah, I'm only 1 point off of max, so my new max with the -7.
Hey, that one roll gave me back up to full.
So, if you inspect that telescope that you got there, Fergus, it's a simple brass telescope. It seems completely ordinary, save for the gnomish text along the side and a strange purple hue in the lens. And I will just show all players this handout. You should be able to see that now.
That could
Ooh,
be useful,
that's nice.
especially for scouting out the fortress.
That's right. And also, if we get to the top of this observatory, which will probably have some decent height to it.
Yes, we can finally go to the fortress.
Yeah. Also, while we're resting, that would be a good time that Fergus would probably bring up to Thrum and the rest of them that by rescuing the one Sisgrel, if we can bargain with him after we deal with the hag, maybe he can get some other one of his weavers that have webs, and after we deal with the drow at the fortress, they can lower us and our cart down through the hole.
Yeah,
They don't seem beyond the realm of trade or, accepting help or owing a favor.
We'll see there, buddy. One good apple doesn't make the whole bunch turn into cider.
No, but it's an option that we didn't have before.
Maybe Weaver to him means an outcast who's actually friendly.
Well, then he might know other outcasts.
I doubt it. Now I'm just arguing with you for fun.
Yep.
Because I'm a dwarf.
Yep, that checks out.
Okay. I'm not sure if Thrum's going to heal himself, but I healed up.
No, I can't go any higher.
I thought you said he didn't reduce your max hit points.
Well, it didn't do damage, but it reduces his maximum by 7.
Yeah.
So
gotcha. I'm capped at 39.
It just didn't do any damage on top of it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, the rogues are back up to full. If we can. Do we find anything else in this room, like going through the crates?
It appears to be just mostly rotted away, dusted foodstuffs, and some blank paper that, when you touch it, crumbles into dust.
Did those gnome zombies have anything look like they had anything that was still holding together on them? I don't want to go search.
It looks like they were mainly just skeletons that were just filled up with mold and plants and such like that.
Yeah, I'm not going back to touch them.
It was one of those things where it's honestly on the fence if I could call them undead or a plant creature at that point.
Mm-hmm.
They were undead, for clarity. Alright, so the short rest manages to go by without any kind of issue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep.
Heal my 2.
Yeah, might as well heal my 1.
You don't need to roll if you're guaranteed to get at least one hit point go.
You can just reduce your total hit dice.
Because since it's hit die plus your con, you're guaranteed to get one hit point.
Yeah.
Unless you're a wizard that dumps con.
And then I will use my little hit die.
All right. So
Where do we track hit die? I know we had a hit die thing.
It's underneath hit points. In temporary hit points, there's a total hit die. Right next to death saves if we ever start winding up needing those. Which I imagine we will.
Happened once in the first encounter.
Gonna go ahead and open this door.
Okay. So
I remember checking this one too, so.
Yep, this door is like heavy metal. So you go for the handle?
Did I lose y'all?
I was gonna go, if it's a metal one, I would check and see if it has like an opening like the front door did, where it's like a middle indent. But otherwise, I'd go for the handle.
Yeah, it does have a middle indent. It also had a handle.
Yeah. No, that's what I had asked before, and we didn't get a clear answer. But if it was metal, he would try for a middle indent before he tried for a handle.
Yep. You were able to get it through the other one then.
Gotcha. Fool me once, Gombo. Full Thrum once, and I learned from his mistake.
That's the best kind of learning.
All right, 1 second here while I reveal the room. There is like a single step down. It's so slight that I didn't mark on the map. Into the slightly lower section here, and you see what looks like broken up workbenches and lots of metal parts that the condensation in here has been rusting over time. It looks like this used to be a workshop.
Freya, you want to come with? It seems like up your alley.
Taskill too.
I'm gonna go step into here.
All right, 1 second.
And 5 more mimics.
No.
I like how the steel defender popped back.
So when you step there, you hear a clicking and then a whirling.
Probably should have checked.
Okay, you managed to dodge it in time because it was an attack roll as a pendulum blade swings down from the ceiling.
Fuck.
You know what, guys? Just every new room that we open.
It's swinging this way, back and forth. So it swings and you manage to avoid it. So you're going to need to move to a new space, otherwise it'll come back and get you.
Alright, clear the line.
It won't let me reveal the rest of the room to you. You're just going to look around in it anyway. But that's the exact opposite of what I wanted.
Like Fergis has gone dark.
And Fergus's head slowly rolls in front of us.
Now the question is there any way does it seem to just be going on a pendulum where it's eventually going to stop, or is it going to be something we're going to have to disable?
You hear like a click of gears when it hits each end, like it's going to be a continuous thing.
Okay. Is there like a... Can I see the gears kind of in through the hole?
Give me a perception.
Where's my perception? There it is.
It's like Skyrim. You just need to find the chain to pull. Make it stop.
Well, I rolled it, but it's not rolling.
Sometimes it lags.
And just wait a minute.
I will say, no matter what, there it is. You can't quite make out the gears through the slit in the ceiling where it's swinging down from.
But there is a slit at least?
Yeah, you do notice on this wall over here, you're just catching the side of it. There does appear to be several, they look like spear gears mounted on a rack on the far wall that are not completely rusted crap.
Okay. Let's see. Can I leap and jump onto this table?
Oh, that's not a table. That's the center wall. Sorry.
Okay. Damn it. Okay, well. Looking around, does it look like there's any other pressure plates I can notice?
Roll me a perception.
So it's a pendulum and it's swinging this like that, right?
Yeah.
Are they
Between
center?
here, let me get my little thing. It's swinging from this wall here,
Oh,
close to the doorway there.
alright.
So, I got a 9, so probably didn't see much.
Yeah, no, you don't really see anything.
What was the rules on jumping again? I know we talked about this the last time we played, I think.
Cope, you remember that?
I do. You need to move 10 feet, and then you can jump up to the rest of your distance
Okay.
of move speed. So you need a 10-foot running start.
And you said the gears were like over here?
Oh,
yeah.
Jumping up? I don't know.
Back
No,
wall.
no,
I think he's long jumping.
Yeah.
Back wall.
You said they're like back wall here? Okay.
Mhm.
Because I wanted to, like, if I could jump 10, go for 10 feet and then jump the rest of the way to here.
Yeah, you can do that.
And-
You slide a little bit on the muddy muck on the floor, but other than that, you're fine.
And then all the levers, are they all in the same position?
They're like gears hanging on racks on the wall. They're like spare parts.
Oh, okay.
You can give me another perception now.
Nines
Nope.
have it.
You just see the spare parts. Before you do anything else, what's everyone else doing? Thrum is hiding in a room.
I got disconnected.
Okay.
Ivy's probably just hanging out back there because she doesn't want to go anywhere that might be more mimics.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, really aren't mimics like a rogue's worst fear? That
Probably.
the thing that you came here to steal is actually a monster there to eat you.
There's also, what is it, the throw rug that can turn into an animated rug and suffocate you?
Oh, yeah?
I know that's the thing that's in the monster manual.
So, Taskill, Freya, what you doing?
Well, seeing the giant pendulum blade, I guess I'm gonna go guard this end of the corridor. As that door is thoroughly secured.
So Fergus is just trying to figure out how to stop it right now, right? I'm guessing.
Yep.
I guess I'm just gonna wait here.
Let the air do all the risks. I like it. All right.
So if they're just spare parts, I'm going to just start taking them. Are they really heavy?
They're like car wheel size, so you can maybe get one or what's your strength, by the way?
My strength is like a 10, I think. Yeah, 10.
Yeah, then you're gonna need to carry them back and forth one at a time.
And that'll be fun with the pendulum.
Mm-hmm. And then the other surprises I may have hidden in the room.
Yep. Is there anything really secure that I could loop a rope around on the wall?
Yeah, I would say the racks that you're pulling off these gears on are probably actually metal dowels hammered into the stone.
Okay, I'm going to secure a rope on it really tightly.
Mhm.
And I'm going to put my grappling hook on the other side. I'm going to throw the grappling hook and try to grapple the pendulum blade.
So you're gonna try to throw the
So,
grappling
like,
hook.
say it's going, like, yeah. Say the blade is going back and forth like this.
Uh-huh.
When it's back, basically on the backswing of it, grab the blade, grab the, like, pendulum blade in a way that'll hook on with the grappling hook and kind of, like, try to keep it taut so it'll break itself, basically trying to swing.
So just
Yeah,
to be
so
clear,
while it's swinging like
you're where-
this,
it's all the way over here. Is its path?
No, but I'm saying I'm going to tie the rope where I have it here,
Mhm.
and I'm going to take the rope back over here, and I'm going to try to, like, when it's on the backswing of where it is, kind of try to get the grappling hook on it without,
Yeah.
putting my own life
Sure.
at risk, and then holding it
sure.
in place.
like a lasso, hope it
Yeah.
loops around the shaft of the grappling hook right here, and then the grappling hook can't move anymore.
Okay. So you just walk over there.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second.
Yep.
Back it up one space.
Okay.
Oh,
20.
shit.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Take
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
15
I'm
slash.
dying.
You take 15 slashing damage as a. Hold on, let me mark where it is. I don't need to keep it like a big secret. If you see it swinging, as another one swings down right here.
Oof.
Jesus.
Do I have time to move out of the way after I get hit?
Yeah, you can do it after you get hit.
Well, this one's
Uh,
gonna
Here
cut
now.
your rope, so
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, roll me a 1d2. Yeah, it cut the rope.
Damn it.
I mean, you still probably have like, 45 feet of it, or
Yeah.
whatever.
I'll try the same thing, but try it on the closer pendulum and see if I can get it to work with this way.
Okay.
Just see if I can get it to break the gears as I do it.
All right.
Like just yell out to the corridor. If anyone else has some fucking ideas, I'm dying here.
Is there anything in the room?
There's gears that we probably can get the fucking machine upstairs started.
And lots of like broken workbenches and stuff that no one's really investigated
Okay.
yet.
Yeah. I haven't had time. I'm dealing with gears and blades.
I guess Freya's gone.
hey, Ivy, do you know how to disable those things?
Break them.
I would need to get up onto the ceiling to get my hands around them.
Let me
Don't
see.
do that.
Looking
Pretty
at
low
these
ceiling.
things-
Been enlarged, and I could stand on your shoulders.
Think we could do that?
You might get hit a couple times.
No, that's a bad idea.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Freya
Okay.
and the Seal Defender are gonna try to slide in here when the pendulum is on the backswing.
Okay, so I'll just do an attack roll at disadvantage. This is what I will do.
Is everything going real slow for y'all?
Oof.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say this one will... Actually, since you're kind of going at the same time, and I imagine... just roll me a 1d2, Michael. Because if you're going at the same time, I can only hit one of you, so... We'll see which one it hits. It'll hit the Steel Defender,
Huzzah!
which is probably the better of the two.
Yeah,
9
he can
damage.
heal it.
9 damage to the Steel Defender.
Cool. Now that I'm up close to this thing,
Mhm.
I want to get a look at how this mechanism works. So they're stored in this wall thing, right?
They're stored in the ceiling.
They're stored in the ceiling and it comes out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to get up there. How high up is the ceiling?
Let's say they're gnomes, so probably like 9 feet tops.
9 feet. Let's establish how tall is the Steel Defender.
I would say 9 feet because that would be like vaulted ceilings for gnomes, but for humans, you'd be feeling a little claustrophobic.
Yeah, but I'm. So I am like, let me see, what did I put down?
9 feet is a pretty normal ceiling height for humans.
Yeah.
Like hotel rooms and stuff.
Then maybe it's
Well,
8 feet. I'll just
Presumably
say,
this was gnomes.
yeah, I'll say 8 feet then.
So I'm almost 4 feet tall. How tall is the Steel Defender? Because I think I might just try and hop on him.
I'm gonna save the arithmetic and say that if you stand upon its back and it locks its legs, it can get you up there. You'll be like reaching over your head, but you'll reach.
All right. So I'm just gonna go up there. I'm gonna try to get a look at how this mechanism works.
Yeah.
Let's see, what tools do I have?
Give
I
me
try to disable this.
give me like a tinker tool roll.
Gotcha.
Okay, yeah. Looking at it, it looks like it's kind of a strange, I don't want to say perpetual motion machine, but it's kind of like a clock.
I was just typing that.
It's kind of like a clock's pendulum, where the swinging of the blade itself winds keep it going. It would potentially eventually wind itself down. There's probably a spring somewhere in the wall that's decoiling. But so long as the pendulum keeps going, it's just going to be a longer back and forth. So, hypothetically, if you could somehow stop the pendulum from swinging, the entire mechanism would wind down faster and deactivate. There's probably some sort of off switch in here, but no one's seen it yet.
Oh, that's gold. Can Thrum just step up, staying out of the swing, and gaze around to see if he sees the off switch?
Sure, roll perception at disadvantage because you're poisoned, so your vision's a little blurred.
Yeah, everything's bad for him.
Thrum, you're absolutely certain that the off switch is on a button right here.
It's right over there, lassie. I'm gonna go sit down. He leans against the wall.
So Freya will relay that to Fergis from across this swinging pendulum.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say, it looks like if you can just get him to stop. I mean, kind of sounds obvious, but the mechanism feeds into it, so...
Yeah. And I didn't notice a button, so I guess I could take time to like search my area and go in stride and see if I can investigate and find it, but at a glance I have no idea.
Yeah, go around on that side and look for a switch or something that turns it off.
So I'm gonna walk over here grumbling the entire time like I swear to God if another fucking pendulum
Very
flies
careful.
out from me.
I don't know how many more of these pendulums are in here.
24?
Yep. Same spot or back one? Yep.
Oh,
I'm going to take a wild guess. Be careful right here.
Yeah.
9 slashing damage as another one swings down from the ceiling.
I'm just gonna step over here.
Just step over, more like grimace over there.
Like, oh my God, I hate this place. And I'm just gonna take my time, just standing right where I am, and just kind of case the joint.
Okay. Give me an investigation then.
$18.
So what happens is you go final look around, and you take one step, a brick goes click, the pendulum comes down, you dodge roll forward, it cuts your back, and you land like on your belly. And while you're on your belly, you look directly forward like that, and you see a lever underneath that workbench over there, next to a wooden chest.
throw your rope at it.
I am going to step here first.
Yep, nothing happens. You're all good.
And going to step onto the broken shit.
Mm-hmm. A little rickety, but you're fine. If this was
Gonna
combat,
step
I would
here.
say you're fine. Yep, you're good.
And I'm just going to see, like, from a standing leap, see if I can just leap over to it.
Okay.
Do I need to make a roll for that one since I'm
You
going
mean
from the
athletics
standstill?
or an acrobatics? Athletics or
Athletics it
acrobatics.
is.
I'll allow either. You Prince of Persia wall run over to it.
And I pull the lever.
There's the sound of gears grinding for a second, and then the 3 pendulums that were activated go back up into the ceiling, and you hear the click as they lock into place.
Okay. And just for good measure, I'm going to take that chest.
Yep.
I don't know how big it is. Is it actually a carryable one? Or
It's a larger one.
Okay, so I'll see if it's trapped while I'm bleeding.
It doesn't appear to actually have a lock on it, this one.
I'm still going to check in case it's trapped.
Absolutely.
You don't need all your blood.
Stab it first.
26.
It's not trapped.
I'm going to open it.
All right, 1 second here.
And it is trapped inside.
Swinging
It's
pendulum.
filled with mimics. It's the face hugger from Aliens.
Can we slap some heels on Fergus before he
No, it's fine.
trips again and dies?
I'm going to say part of his beard's been shaved off by those pendulums.
So you read Gnomish, correct?
Yes.
So when you flip up the lid, you see there's like a metal placard on the inner side of the lid. That's like a name of the contents. It's a Loonstalker crossbow. Inside, you find what looks like a light crossbow. It's clearly of Gnomish design. It's got like this cumbersome mass of steel wires and gears and various fittings, but it's also got this complex series of bifocal lenses. You know, have you seen like those type lenses where it's multiple circular lenses that click into place over each other?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got a series of that on where the sights of the crossbow would be. There's also a small box next to the crossbow that in Gnomish is labeled magic munitions.
Good, gonna take both of them.
Yep. Oh,
and looking
there's
around.
there's also a small paper pamphlet under the crossbow that says user manual.
Take that too.
Yeah, much like that. Go.
But the pendulums have stopped.
Yep, pendulums have stopped.
So I come limping out of the room. There's some gears in there. Someone grab them. I also found this crossbow and I hold it up with some magical ammo. Someone wants to identify any of this, I'd be stoked. I'm gonna sit down.
I'm gonna take a glance at the crossbow. What can I roll?
You have to identify
what
something.
is-
You can just ritual cast that, can you?
Give me a Tinker Tool roll first.
All right.
Okay. On initial glance, you're pretty sure the crossbow itself is not necessarily magical, except for maybe the lenses. I'll just go ahead and give you guys the handout. Because with that 20, you're able to figure out all the little bells and whistles about this thing. Made a typo there, I've just realized. You guys can see that, right?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. It's like a little heavy machine gun installation for a gnome.
Or a dwarf.
Or a dwarf.
Yeah. Probably be best in the hands of one of y'all. I mean, I could use it, but I'm not really the greatest with crossbows. I usually just use a
You
bow.
can give it to me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
I give it to Freya. And then the bag with magical ammunition.
Yep. If you open up the tiny box that's labeled magic munitions, there are 6 crossbow bolts in there. Also, and to be very clear about the ability, it says that if you take a bonus action, you can double the weapon's long range. For a heavy crossbow, that is 800 feet. So, that's
and you can see the full range in the dark.
Yep, with the night eye glass lenses.
So, yeah, we can pick off Drow.
It's a long distance sniper crossbow.
In the fortress, and you can even have a spotter with the other telescope.
This is
well, it'll take me a day or two to put my repeating infusion on it.
Oh, jeez.
Luckily,
Yeah,
I do
that's why I
carry
figured
a
it'd be best for
with
you.
me just in case.
You just became like, what do you call them, recon marine unit or something? Snipers.
And hey, I can bonus action help you with the spyglass, so you won't even get disadvantaged at long range.
You know, I've never seen long range really come into play in a game.
And you guys said I don't give you special weapons.
Honestly, that works best with like the teamwork of Freya and Fergis, because I can literally just stand on the glass. Yeah, he's over there at like 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
Bonus action, give
you're
advantage. So
spotting
just a flat
work
roll.
and giving her an advantage. That makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah. And yes, I know the Gloomstalker is a ranger subclass. It's just, it was too good of a name not to assign to a crossbow. Which, to be fair, would work very well with a Gloomstalker ranger.
Mm-hmm.
An invisible long-distance crossbow attacker would be terrifying.
Yeah, that would be bad.
So I'm entering it onto my character sheet now.
Mhm.
The range is.
If you look, it kind of functions as both a heavy and a light crossbow.
You can just
So-
drag those from the compendium.
Yeah.
You type
And
in
then you-
crossbow into the compendium, you can just drag them right into your sheet.
Hmm.
And it does all the calculations for you.
And the whole bipod
Yeah,
thing
we're-
is just so a heavy crossbow can work for a gnome.
Let's see. How do I
Now just get the crossbow expert feat in your guild.
So can you just leave it forever as a heavy crossbow?
Yeah, you could.
So it's basically like a heavy crossbow for you.
Though I think a light crossbow has lower bulk.
I'm looking on the compendium right now, searching for the heavy crossbow.
It'll be crossbow heavy. So if you just type in crossbow, it'll show up both of them.
Yeah.
Because if you type in heavy crossbow, I think it doesn't show up.
No, it does. I
Oh, it
see
does?
heavy crossbow right here under item.
Yep.
Am I proficient? Let me see.
I believe so.
I mean, you're proficient with light.
Because you get martial weapon proficiency with Battlesmith, which covers pretty much everything.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying, get that crossbow expert. You can attack twice with that crossbow now.
And I
That'd be
think
like levels.
even if you didn't have proficiency, it just says that it makes it function as a heavy crossbow. But otherwise, it's a
So I
light.
put in the heavy crossbow here. Boom.
Yep,
Oh,
yep.
lucky first shot.
You aim it at me. I am dead.
Yeah, she gets in there, she
Hey
shoots a
Fergus,
shot
check
at
it
the
out!
wall.
Pew pew! And you just kill.
Boom.
Yeah.
Right between the eyes.
I did not put my. Wait, let me make sure.
Yeah.
My attack. It says Dex. Don't I have the thing that gives me int? Let me see. Attack with magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of. Okay, cool. So that doesn't really apply right now because it's not magical yet, or I don't know if it would count as magical
It does
for
not
the
count as
purposes
magic.
of.
It's a
Yeah, but I
purely
can make it
mechanical.
magical. I
Yes,
can
you
make
can.
it magical when I put my infusion on it. So
Just give
it'll
him
be
some
plus
time.
4. It'll be plus 4 for right now, but in like a day or two, I'll be able to put the repeating infusion on it, and I can use my intelligence instead.
From downtown.
Well, you guys are doing
Just
that.
for
I'm just on the floor in here, just being like, yeah, take care of it, guys. You got it. Those gears are on the wall over there.
Just for funsies, I renamed it Gloomstalker.
Nice.
Glenda the Good Stalker.
Yeah, it looks like the gears on the back wall, though they are a little rusted around the edges. They look like they could be functional replacements for the slots upstairs.
Thrum's going to investigate all the other stuff as well.
They're gonna take the time to do that because I'm gonna take another short rest.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were saying you were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. Give me an investigation, anyone who's looking around.
Taskill, check that pile over there. See if there's any other boxes.
should roll, or
Yeah, roll an investigation.
it's only at a plus
So we're
one.
taking a short rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it is.
Yes.
Except
So
I go ahead and cast Mending.
between Taskill and Thrum looking around during this time, there's a lot of like rusted and broken tools. But between you guys working together, you can assemble enough parts to either create a set of tinker tools or a set of jewel crafting tools. It's up to you.
Jewel crafting.
Okay, so someone note down jewel crafting tools that you got.
I was gonna say, didn't Loki's guy need jewel crafters?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, I've got the same kind of weapon.
I guess you could have also done thieves tools, but you guys are just gonna go jewel crafting anyway.
and we have 2 sets of those anyway right now between me and Ivy.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking
3
of the type
sets
of.
between.
Oh yeah, because
3
Freya can
sets
just
between.
fabricate.
Oh yeah, you
I
can just swap
actually-
yours out.
These tools are actually the tools that I have on me right now. That's some of my physical tools. So,
Well, you
yeah, we
can-
do have 3 sets of them.
All right.
Well, after that room, I definitely feel someone needs a killing. And I
Where's
did not
that
want to.
hag?
She's upstairs. That's why we needed the gears for that room to fix the ones that rotate this goddamn place.
And she's definitely made her lair upstairs. I don't know if she's still up there though.
Well, I do recall that during the night, I saw a mist escape through a crack in the observatory up top, and then
That's what I
return.
was referring to. Oh, it returned? I didn't.
It did return. Yeah, the mist returned. That's why I think she is up there right now.
Well, I need some target practice with this new toy, so let's try to get up there.
So, can we just fast travel up the stairs and stuff without?
Yep,
And there's
we don't-
gears missing in both rooms, right?
Yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll anything. It's definitely something that you guys can fit and click back together, especially between everyone helping out and Freya's natural proficiency with this type of work.
If we need to reach, Thrum just goes big and fits it in there.
Yep, exactly. So after all the gears are slotted in, there are cranks in each room. As you're fitting them in, Freya, can give you me another Tinker's Tool roll.
Yep. Tinker's tools.
Well, probably some common logic comes into here as well. These gear houses appear to be the mechanism for rotating the dome of the observatory. So that's what you've been fitting, because if you remember, the stairs were blocked by the telescope. So by spinning these gears, you could rotate it so you could get up there.
Yep, that's what I thought. So we one person in each room takes it, and while the rest of them wait in the middle room, and we just start cranking.
Can Nolgrim thematically be on one of the cranks?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
Just throw you in here.
I'll be on the
And
other.
then,
You'll be on the other.
yeah, I was going to say Fergis or Ivy on the other.
You be in this room because you're gonna probably want to go up first, and I'm not. So
Oh, yeah.
I'll be in here cranking this one. I'll be in here cranking it.
Why am I there?
I know. Why are you there?
I don't know. Who is there and why?
I thought he was on first.
The real question is,
Who's
Harvey
I thought
Dent,
you were there.
can we trust him?
But jokes aside, we start cranking.
I'd say it's a 50-50 shot on that.
With the sound of grinding gears and metal on metal, you feel the entirety of the observatory shake a little bit as the dome above rotates and pivots as you spin the gear. And those of you in the central room look up and you see the stairway of the clear of the telescope leading into a dark domed room above. The smell of death wafting down. And that Legend of Zelda puzzle jingle plays.
Da, 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 da.
No,
Yeah, that's you got the thing.
yeah.
It's more.
Ah,
Yeah.
I haven't played a Zelda since like Super Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not
They're
Super
good.
Game Boy.
Okay, let's go.
I make my Sims play Zelda.
So Thrum first, followed
Yeah.
by.
Thrum's gonna do a perception to see if there's a giant swinging blade, and then head on in.
Smart call.
Thanks.
You can roll me a perception.
Yeah, I'm surprised Fergus hasn't been looking for traps.
I mean, I had been. That's like the one room I didn't look for traps in.
Thrum, it's clear. You're
Okay.
good. There's no
He's
swinging
gonna-
blade. There's no spring-loaded poison dart traps. You don't even see any of those witchy wicker laser beam fetish things.
However,
No,
you
Didn't
will
know
have to
laser
deal
beam
with the
fetish was a thing in this
Yeah,
world.
I'm
No, you
curious
guys
how
remember?
one gets a wicker laser beam.
You remember I described it? It was like a spider made of wicker that shot a necrotic beam.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I described that.
Yep.
That was a thing.
yeah, that was the thing.
Let us have our fun.
Artisanal laser beam cozy made of wicker.
Let's go.
Yep.
Kill the hag.
Yes.
All right. So Thrum, you're going up first. What's the marching order here? Because it's a small climb before you get up there, so you're probably all going to be going.
Yep. I'll probably be second.
I'll be in the middle, and probably Ivy last.
Okay.
I'll probably go. I guess a seal defender will be third, and then I'll just be right behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Or if Fergus wants to be in the middle between us, that's fine too.
No, you could be behind me. I'll just be after Taskill.
Okay.
I have the two old men in front of me. I'll be fine.
So here, well,
Meat shields. Oh.
here's what we can do. Just put the tokens in order.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, so Taskill. So Fergus go down one. Taskill will be there. Ivy's all the way at the back.
Your dog can't lead the way, can it? You have to be able to see.
I mean, it can.
Let's
be
not
in
break your
front of me.
toy.
It can be in front of me. It just if I give it specific commands, it has to be able to like hear me. It's a big thing. But like things like I can tell it to walk forward or climb or whatever.
Yeah. It's got limited intelligence.
Its intelligence is 4, so it's like an animal basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to do the robot thing where it gets stuck in corners, is what I like to think of it as.
Yeah, I think it's best for you to be able to command it.
All right. So, here we go. So, I will go ahead and arrange yourselves in the room as you come out of the stairs there. The hag is standing on top of the telescope. There's zombies on the ground here and here. I guess Thrum would be there. You guys seeing this?
Yes.
Gombo, the ultimate ending to this trapped on thing would be instead of this being a telescope, it's a big gun and it just shoots.
Why would the gnomes build it this way?
Why wouldn't they? They're
Thrum
gnomes.
just explodes in front of you.
If anyone would build a giant gun like that, it would be gnomes, though, Gombo, to be fair. Just to say they did.
Do you guys want me to move your tokens? Or because I was going to do a scene once you guys all get situated.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she was reacting when other people got up there first.
Yeah.
I misheard that.
Because you're all just kind of coming up together, so I kind of figured you'd be in it.
Letting us through.
She's standing on top of the telescope, one hand resting on the side of the dome. He goes, "Well, persistent little ingrates, aren't you?"
Your glaives hurt.
I'm surprised you made it this far. But this will be where you'll die. And I'll round up my little prisoner that you freed after you are joining the collection of the dead here. Because, of course, you gave me enough time to repair an old friend. And descending from the ceiling is this guy back from the dead.
Thematically, as she was talking, I just want to say that Freya was pulling out the tripod.
Yeah, that's very fair. And of course, you'll have to deal with my pet as well. And over in the bone pile here, you hear a rustling as a Great Dane-sized lizard form rustles and comes out of the bones. It's got 6 legs and glowing eyes. You guys recognize it as a basilisk.
Yep.
What?
I called it.
You picked it. You called it.
Let me pull up some NPC sheets here real quick.
You want to bring up the turn order so we can start rolling initiative?
Mm-hmm.
So many targets.
We're all getting pretty even initiatives here.
Yeah.
One more.
Yeah, 15s and 16s. And 21s.
Thrum had to show off.
All right, here we go.
It's the first good roll I've had today. Even with advantage, I hadn't gotten above a 12 initiative.
I feel that. I've had those days many times.
Yeah,
So,
it's. I'm
zombie
trying
roll
not to complain,
0.
but it's been pretty bad. I've rolled more 1s than above 10s.
Fighter, rolled a 20. Hag, 12. And finally, the basilisk, rolled a 13. So, surprising no one, the zombies are going last.
Thrum caught up.
At least the basilisk is one of the last ones.
Mm-hmm. So, Thrum, you're up first.
If we beat this thing, we're gonna need 1 case of apricot brandy and some good oysters. And these going
Pretty
to
sure you can't find good oysters in a cave.
go large. Actually, he's gonna rage first.
Yep.
Move up, and Jesus, I don't know which one to hit first.
The witch
Basilisk.
is elevated, so you're not currently within melee range of her. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
But
so he's
you
gonna
can easily move over to the basilisk or the zombie.
All right, he's gonna rage first. Hop over here and swing at the basilisk.
Okay. Give me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw as you accidentally look into the basilisk's eyes. You will have disadvantage because you're poisoned.
Oh, it's bad. Fail.
All right. So let's see. Save throw. Okay, so yeah. You are restrained as you're starting to turn to stone again.
Does-
a good way this time.
Don't
You
I
can-
usually get advantage on those throws? And so
It's not a poison effect.
okay.
Now here's the thing: if you succeed the next one, you're in the clear, and then you will be, if I remember correctly, yeah, the effect ends on the next one, so you can
Okay.
still take your attack as normal,
Oh, okay.
because it's kind of like a timing thing. So I'm gonna let you get your swing in.
Does rage give you any?
It doesn't improve the attack roll, but it does increase the damage if you hit.
Advantage is
if
up by
he's
2.
grappled. Okay, gotcha.
You're not level 2 of Barbarian where you get reckless attack yet.
Yeah. So at disadvantage then, I assume.
Yep.
I rolled it, but we'll have to wait.
Yep, because it's roll 20.
This combat brought to you by Air America.
No, it's brought to you by Raid Shadow Legend.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Should I roll again?
Guys,
Sure.
I love Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, there she is. Okay, there's another
one
one.
and a two.
Staying par for the
So
course so far.
you plant your foot and you're about to like lean forward, but then your feet are already turning to stone because you looked into its eyes. So you swing over its head.
Well, at least I didn't
When you
fall
die,
down.
you'll see. This corporeal existence was brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
God, that's such a. I remember I watched a YouTuber guy who wasn't sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. It's like, here, let's do a Raid Shadow Legends video. And he goes, hey, look, there's an autoplay button, and it's just playing itself. And he goes, you know what? I got Roller Coaster Tycoon on my phone. I'm gonna start playing that, and you start hearing the background of him actually playing Roller Coaster Tycoon on his phone.
Don't forget though, when they're done with Raid Shadow Legends, they're then sponsored by Honey.
Yep. All right, so
But
that's
honey is
Thrum's.
actually a useful service.
Zombie giant spider's turn. It's gonna take a bite at old Fergus there.
Yep. That'll hit.
Give me
my
a Constitution saving throw.
Advantage.
Yeah.
$14.
That'll pass. So you take half the necrotic.
Still 14. Well.
But it's turn. Fergus.
Bonus action to disengage.
Mm-hmm.
To here. And I'm going to focus on the basilisk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, focus fire.
Gonna go ahead and fire off a short bow attack.
Also, if you are aware of its effect, which you see Thrum turning to stone, when you get close enough to it, you can intentionally take disadvantage to avert your eyes on the attack roll.
Do I have to worry about that being ranged, though?
Let me see. At the start... Okay, so I made a little whoopsie. It says at the start of its turn. So, good news, Thrum. Since I made the whoopsie, you're not turning to stone yet.
That's good news.
Yes. You still miss. Hard. But that will hit, though.
But that doesn't change.
Sneak attack for 14 damage.
Damage. Cool.
And that'll be my turn.
Yeah, you hit it in the side with an arrow, and it kind of gives a nasally. I can't do the sound that's in my head. It's like a weird, like nasally lizard hissy sound.
Mhm.
Taskill.
So, not sure what that was doing now. There we go. So, well, in theory, it will stop highlighting, trying to drag everything onto the desktop at some point. But, hammer time. For the bonus action. Move action up to intercept the
Giant spider.
giant spider. That probably hits the basilisk with an
It will.
18. For 9, and then I will swing on the giant spider
Okay.
for a similarly high number.
That'll hit. Oh yeah. You bring your battle axe swinging in. You missed a couple times last time you fought this thing, but now you get the feel of it. You dig deep in. You cut off one of its legs. It's a big wound. All right. Very effective turn. Ivy.
Gonna disengage from the giant spider
Mm-hmm.
because I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to be there. And yeah, focusing fire on the basilisk, because why not?
Okay.
15 in.
That'll hit.
Sneak attack is on. For 11 damage.
Bringing the pain. That thing is looking rough.
All the better.
Freya.
In character, doing all these other turns, she's probably just been like adjusting the sights on the crossbow, so she gets it just right. And fires on the fingers.
Fires on the what? Oh,
Basilisk.
the basilisk. Gotcha.
Yes.
Kurth the bolt hit everything in the room with one shot.
Are you using the normal bolts, or are you using the special ones that came in the little box?
I think I'm just using normal bolts right now, because we don't know what any of those do, right?
Yep, you haven't done identify or anything yet.
Yeah. No reason to risk it.
Yeah, fair.
But biscuits.
Oh shit!
Nice.
This is a good crossbow.
Too bad you weren't using that slay arrow basilisk.
Might I just add that this is the second time that she's got a crit on that same crossbow in the
God,
2 rolls?
That's 30 damage.
Yeah, she's 2 for 2.
That's 15 damage. Nice.
It's such a huge. You get it in one of its eyes.
Is it calculated? Oh, it is calculated.
It just adds the extra die at the end. with the
Oh,
plus.
does that give us a bonus when we're trying to save?
No, it's got.
No.
Yeah, if you look at the picture really close, it's got 6 eyes.
Oh, God.
Or multiple eyes anyway. Either
Well,
way.
so very successful shot there.
Oh yeah, it is so incredibly wounded.
And then,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh man. Field defender. Do I want it to help Taskill, or do I want it to try to finish off the basilisk?
It can't see, right? So it can't be petrified?
I think
Well, it's already made of metal.
Yeah, if I remember the stat sheet correctly, I think the Steel Defender is immune to petrification. Because it's got some immunities.
Yeah, let's try and finish him off.
I'm actually curious about this myself. 1 second. Oh no,
Well-
it's not immune to petrification.
I don't think it'll matter though.
Holy shit!
Yes, baby.
So
Fucking Michael's on fire.
you hit this thing with your crossbow, and it like spins its head around to hiss. It was about to hit Freya with its petrifying gaze, but its vision is blocked by the Steel Defender bearing down on it. Michael, do you want to describe how your Steel Defender eviscerates this thing?
Yeah, so the Force Empowered Ren, much like it usually does, just takes, probably goes for like its throat or something. You just see the perfectly, like, mathematically right angle, like, rectangle of its jaw disappear out of this thing. It was just like the flash of light out of its jaw.
Flash of light, massive splatter of blood, Tarantino style. And the basilisk is slain in the first round.
Good work, team.
Huzzah.
All right, that's 1 porka down. You can
And then
open your eyes again.
Then she just slightly shifts position to a spider.
Now it's the Green Hag's turn, and she is very, very mad. She goes, you know how long it took me to catch a basilisk?
I don't know.
Oh, you know how long it took me to get my first wife?
Well, you know, you win some, you lose some. Don't worry, you won't have to think about it for long.
That is it. And she pulls out a potion from her hip belt. She uncorks it. She points a like hooked clawed nail across the room. She goes, I'm going to deal with this now. I'll wipe the whole slate clean, just like I did with all those gnomes down in the city all those years ago. You brought this and she is going to chug the potion, quaffing it, and she immediately turns into a cloud of vapor, and she sifts out through the gap between the telescope and escapes.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely.
Leaving you with the undead beasties.
Come back here and fight like a
Witch.
hag.
You know, I thought she was ugly, but considering that she survived since the place died, that means that she's pretty old. She's probably looking pretty good for her age. That being said,
I'm a little concerned about what she went off to go do, but
I'm pretty concerned about what's going on, but can't do anything while we're dying.
yeah. Well, we're not dying. We're actually doing very well.
Yeah, no, you guys are doing very well. Zombies are closing in. The first one will be against Thrum. The second one will be against Taskill. So, Thrum. Ooh, shit.
Yep, that hits.
10 bludgeoning damage.
So he's raging, so he only takes 5, right?
Yep, because you have it, because it's bludgeoning. And against Taskill. 16?
Nope.
Kenneth?
19
hit?
armor class.
Oh, nice. So yeah, it brings down its fists, and you just bat it aside with your shield.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are in control right now. Thrum.
Oh, hey. He's going to enlarge with his bonus action.
Okay. Probably take away the little panic symbol there. You're not turning to stone, thankfully. His eyes
And
meet him.
then, I put that up there for rage. I don't know a better.
Oh, for rage. Okay, yeah.
He looks angry?
Internal screaming.
Yeah. That's what I like to think of rage as.
Mhm.
Or at least his rage. Okay, he's going to hit zombie down low.
Okay.
Disadvantage.
Yep. You're still poisoned. Doesn't matter. You hit it. Yeah.
Hit him with a piercing rage.
It's still standing, but you hit it so hard it bumps and dents the dome behind of it. Honestly, I'm gonna take off the dramatic music because you guys are beating the shit out of these things so hard.
Oh, my music wasn't
Well,
working.
it's almost the spider's turn, so we'll see.
Keep in mind that one round is 6 seconds, and you all rolled. You guys were so quick on the draw, you just eviscerated a basilisk, and those things are kind of beefy.
Well, Thrum had a feeling like he was turned to stone, then it just ended up being a bad flashback.
Also, Freya just murdered it with that massive amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
2
Yeah.
crits in a row.
I know. Oh my god. Close out of that. The giant spider is going to take a bite at Taskill. 18 with this.
Armor just barely deflects that.
Fergis.
Well, now that that's gone, we can deal with the big one. Gonna fire off a
I
shot
should
at
say
that.
you three should probably get down the stairs and get after her first.
Are we gonna be able to catch her with being in mist? She can fly, so.
She's probably heading for the boat.
I mean, if you guys can handle it, I'll take off and try to find out where she's going at least. I mean, I'll still make a shot
Yeah, that'll do it.
for 14 damage
On the spider?
on the big one, yeah, the big spider. And then I'll move and bonus action down the stairs, get as far
Yep.
as I can to the door.
Yeah, count it out.
No, I think she
I will
means she's gonna stay here and trick us over years and years.
So that's 10 feet to get to there,
Yep, I'll say 15 feet for the stairs.
to get to the bottom stairs.
Yep.
Okay, then I have another.
Oh, sorry, no, to
25.
get to the next floor. It's another 15 to get down again.
Okay, so then I can get to.
Be sure to
here
take
this
the
time.
telescope.
I already have it.
Mhm.
I didn't give it to any of you.
Yeah. All right. Taskill.
Alright, so bonus action to move the hammer over here, swing on the zombie.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. give it a good whack.
And then I'll go ahead and swing on the zombie as well.
Okay. Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Bring in the thunder.
Yeah. God, I think with the exception of Thrum in that first attack roll, none of you guys have missed one.
I missed a couple times against the first batch of zombies.
Well, yeah, no, I meant in this, in the dome fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working when we need it.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, it's still standing, but you're beating the shit out of it. Ivy.
She'll do the same thing, fire off a shot as she follows me down. Against the big spider.
Spider. That will not hit. It bounces off its carapace.
And then she'll do the same thing to get out.
Yep.
And she'll be right behind.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, finding the image for that zombie spider was not pleasant, let me tell you.
By the way, can I retroactively say as I'm heading down, like, make sure to actually destroy the spider this time. We don't want her to rebuild it.
Yeah, that's fine. Freya.
You old folks got the rest of this fight?
Alright, we can handle it.
Alright, and I'll take one more shot, and then I'll run down after.
Up, bounces off the carapace as well.
Alright, now I'm going to go down as far as I can, 30 feet. I don't know where that puts me, down there.
It's 10 feet to get to the stairs, then it's 15 feet down, so I think you'll just be at the next floor.
Okay. Cool. And then the Steel Defender has 40 feet. So 10 feet there. And then how far down?
It'd be at the very bottom of the steps. Like right behind Ivy.
Yeah, basically.
Cool.
Alright. Zombies' turn. One on each of you. First one, Thrum. Ooh, another natural.
Yes.
So that
And we
one
left them there to die.
So weapon
half-
goes down to 6?
5.
5. Okay.
Everything rounds down in 5th edition, whether it's in your favor or not in your favor.
Okay.
And then against Taskill. Oh, that one will actually connect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 3 bludgeoning damage. So, like, right as you're fending off the spider's fang, the other zombie comes in and nicks you for a little bit. Thrum.
Alright, he is going to try and whack this one on the bottom.
Okay.
Actually, no, he's not. He's going to aim at the big, big effing spider.
Yeah.
Because I got disadvantage, so might as well make it count if I hit.
That will not hit.
Okay.
Could have been worse. There's one of these in the 3.5 bestiary. It's giant zombie spider husk filled with swarms of smaller zombie spiders.
Oh, God. That kind of just makes me itch.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's an Underdark campaign. I think about spiders way too much late at night now, and I am uncomfortable with it laying in bed.
That's what
Alright.
she said.
Zombie spider's gonna take another bite at Taskill. Still cannot get through his armor. The old dwarven uncles are holding them
Nice.
back.
Taskill, what are you, a 19 AC?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, ever since the first session, I shifted my classes +1 into armor, because... well, now it's paying off.
Because you
You're
said spider
chain-
encounter.
chainmail with shield, and then one of those is blessed by your god currently,
Mhm.
right? Nice. Fergis.
Okay, I am going to movement and bonus dash to get out to the door.
Okay.
And I'm gonna, as I go, pop out the telescope and see if I can spot her misty self going in any direction.
All right. Roll me a perception while I look something up.
Oof. Just a 4.
Yeah, that won't be enough to spot her.
It's okay. You could have rolled lower.
Just a tad.
Yeah, you can't find her yet. As just scramble and look around. Taskill.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, in theory, the zombie spider's the bigger threat, but it hasn't connected yet. Well, we'll see what happens.
Super rough. It's like coming apart.
We'll see what happens after the spiritual weapon takes another swing on the zombie next to me.
That'll hit. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, the spider. You whacks it, and it looks like it's about to tumble over as one of its arms fall off, but it stays standing.
That's my bonus action for that. I forget, can I translate a move down to a bonus as well, or?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well. Then I will just swing on the zombie spider.
Okay. I believe... Yep, that hits. 8 slashing. Alright, now I gotta roll this. Oh, yeah. You bring your axe down, and you split its spider head clean in half as all of its hasty stitching comes undone, and it Jenga towers apart. Anything else?
No, gotta move, but I can't really do anything with it at the moment, so
Okay.
no.
Ivy?
She'll just full speed come out too, and without the telescope, just start looking around to see if she sees anything.
Yeah, roll a perception. She's got farther dark vision than you, so it's pretty reasonable at this point.
Nope.
Not seeing it, no. There's lots of like spore clouds in the air, so picking out the green puffy trail that the hag turned into amongst the other clouds is a little bit difficult at the moment.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
should have
fair.
that telescope, right?
I have it,
night
yeah.
vision one.
But my perception is also garbage because I had to choose between that or investigation, and instead of having, they split up perception to 2 different skills, so I chose the one that requires searching.
So
I
how
think
many
everyone
feet is it
did.
down?
Yeah, Freya, you can continue moving down.
It's
How
like
many feet
15
is it
feet.
down?
It's 15 feet down.
Cool, 15.
25 would be here.
And then you can action dash.
12, 15. That, I guess.
Did you cross over the center?
No, of course I didn't.
Well, I mean, you would have been here after the end of 25 feet anyway, so this would have been 10, 15, 20. You could get to up to here if you wanted. While still avoiding the middle.
And the Steel Defender is just going to run the full 40. Which will put it right there.
Tell him not to go over
But
there.
then I guess it can double move and just get out there. But it can't really do anything once it is.
Yeah, it can't roll perceptions for you. Also, I don't think it would be very good.
Just put a red dot laser sight on the top of its head. Like, where
I
is
could
it,
do
boy?
that.
Show me. Boom.
Q-beam spotlight.
It would just be fairy fire.
All right.
Get
Zombie
a fairy
time.
fire cannon.
Zombie time. First one on Thrum. Second one on Taskill. Thrum. Taskill. Does that 16 hit you, Thrum?
Yes, it does. Well, it ties, so that's a
That
hit,
would
right?
hit, yeah. 4 bludgeoning damage. The good thing you're a beefy boy.
Yeah, and raging.
And raging, so you only take 2.
I
And
always
you're
find
probably-
it weird.
Fighting back your temporary hit points as well.
Oh, I forgot about that. Well, I'll
AC
add that back.
is
Forgot about that.
consistently like 2 or 3 points lower in 5e than it would be in Pathfinder.
I kind of like it. I would rather have things have a little bit higher health pool, but feel like you're making progress with each attack.
Yeah.
Thrum.
All right, Thrum's going to take his left hand off his battle axe and grab this son of a bitch who has hit him every single round, 3 rounds in a row.
You are big. Yep.
And so
It would be a flat roll right now.
a flat roll, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I think I set this up as macro.
And then it rolls an opposed strength, right?
Yep.
So grabs
Or
work.
or athletics.
Yeah.
Athletics or acrobatics. I think you could use dex or strength.
It's a zombie. It's using strength. Nope, you grappled it.
All right, so 14 damage.
Damn.
Yeah, I've been wanting to one time do this when he's raging and big and grapples.
So 14 damage. Yeah. Oh wow, it rolled 1 under what it needed. So describe how you kill this thing just by grabbing it.
So he's large, and so he reaches down with his left hand and just grabs underneath its both shoulder sockets and crushes its chest in. But he's
Yep.
going to keep all that in his hand because he's about to try and swing it and hit this guy with it next round.
Cool. I don't know if that would a zombie gunk would do damage, but it would certainly knock it prone.
Well, it's like bones.
Yeah. But nice. All right. So zombie spider's gone. Fergus. Richard.
I was muted. Sorry about that. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna go ahead and keep looking to see if I can spot her.
Okay. Roll it.
Nope.
Nope.
So I'm just gonna keep moving my way down the hill.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just leave my token there.
Yeah,
but
just leave your token there.
that's,
We're not gonna measure it.
I'm gonna go down 25 feet because I'm gonna use my second wind ability.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, no, I used that last session. Never mind, I can't use that. So never mind.
Does it not come back on short rests?
Nope, long rests.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just double move. I'll get 50 feet down the hill.
All right. Taskill.
Alright, well, instead of using my bonus for the hammer, I will Searing Smite and attack the zombie.
Nice.
Yeah, the plan is if I hit it, it'll catch on fire and hopefully die. But I won't hit it, so.
Actually, you hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, zombies and their low AC.
Mm-hmm.
Almost as low as fucking oozes and cubes.
So 13 total damage.
13 total damage.
So what is that? Is that a spell, Kenneth?
Yeah,
Okay.
Searing Smite.
So it's hanging on at 1 hit point, but it has to do a dex save or catch on fire.
I
How does,
think on its turn it gets a save to end it.
Oh,
It takes
okay.
the 2d, the 1d6 on my turn, and then
Gotcha.
yeah, it's sort of each of its turn until the spell ends. Target must make a Constitution saving throw. On failed save, it takes 1d6 fire damage. On
Nice.
successful save, spell ends.
He got a ridiculously good roll, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy, you can just say she's moving. You can give another perception if you'd like. Nope.
Not at all. I am rolling garbage perceptions.
Freya.
And my save DC is 14.
Yeah, I'll just let you know into this now. It's got a -2 to its dex. It's not impossible to succeed, but
It's a
very
Constitution.
Oh, it's a Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it have to choose to try to put it out? Because it's dumb. It won't.
Another creature can try to put it down.
Oh, then never mind.
It
It's
can
no
try to
roll at
put
all.
itself out as a full
Yeah,
action.
it's not going to do anything. It's a zombie. It's just going to keep going. All right.
Freya's going to come out here and use the night eye telescope on her crossbow to try and look up and see
Okay. Roll perception.
where the hag went. Perception.
Yeah, you see the two rogues out there with their heads cut off.
7!
As it
Wow.
turns out, this may be a giant cavern, but it is a giant cavern, so it's really hard to find a person-sized puff of cloud.
And Richard,
Tell
you
us-
gotta stop predicting stuff. You predicted the basilisk, it happened. Don't predict heads cut off.
I
No
predict we will
promises.
find the hag.
I predict the hag will find us.
All right. It takes the damage at the end of turn, correct, Kenneth?
I'm just gonna throw it in the chat. Searing Smite.
At the start of each of its turn until the spell. Okay, so it makes a Constitution saving throw, or it takes 1d6 fire.
Mhm.
I imagine 12 fails.
14 is what it's saying is my spell save DC. I don't know if that...
So then it takes 1d6. Do you want to roll it so you see if you can get higher than that too?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, Gombo, the Steel Defender, does have a perception score.
Yeah, it's higher than 2.
Well, let's see. It could roll on. It needs to get an 8 or lower. Nope. All right, so it's
Just a
gonna,
little bladder. But now you get to hit a zombie with another zombie.
and it just cannot get through your armor for the life of you. All right, Thrum.
I was gonna hit another zombie with another zombie, but then I remembered that I have disadvantage, and I'd probably miss, and that'd be very anticlimactic. So I'm just gonna reach over and try and grab this one and squeeze his skull until he pops.
Yep, makes sense. Okay,
Hey.
you succeed. All right, so that is 9 damage.
Not as sexy as last time.
So you just reach over the telescope. It's fully on fire, and it's like making a hissing sound as it's lurching towards Taskill. Taskill, you see a giant rocky hand. That's just your giant friend over there leans over and just with 2 fingers just goes.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
It explodes
Awesome.
over. All right, and with that, the last zombie is Deadzo.
Yeah.
All right.
Before we go down the stairs, I'm going to use the hook on my axe to shuffle the burning zombie on the spider zombie. Who knows? Maybe they'll both burn up.
They deserve each other. So we'll exit combat time, and we'll say everyone who's outside currently looking for the hag can give me another 2 perception checks to see if you
Okay, so I'll
spot
just
her.
roll at advantage, and it'll be 2 different ones.
Yeah, I was saying, Gombo, technically, one of the 2 skills the Steel Defender does have is perception.
I feel like this is a slightly detailed assignment for it. Spot the one unnatural cloud in the.
Hey, Ivy got a
Yeah,
22.
that's fine. I just
Mhm.
thought I'd mention it just in case.
All right.
You got one more. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So
Wow,
so,
we have the least perceptive group ever, but like we have insane investigation.
let me
The Seal Defender has a better perception than me. He has a +4.
let me do a roll here because there's a very real chance that I don't know why it was that advantage, but Ivy does like squint for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And then like turns to you, Fergis, because she's been keeping pace with you, and says, "Give me the scope for a second."
Hand it to her.
Yeah, and she looks through it. There. She's heading south on the island.
Is she heading towards those like marshes?
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe 750 feet away. She hands it back to you so you're able to see.
Nope, 751.
Relay the information to Fred. Like, do you want to try out shooting a cloud from this distance and see if it does anything? Maybe one of your magical bolts will do something.
Yeah.
I guess.
If you take a bonus action, Freya, the distance on your heavy crossbow is 800 feet, which would normally have disadvantage. But if Fergus spots for you, you can roll a normal attack.
Okay, I guess we don't have time to try and figure out what these bolts do. But at least they're magical and might hit it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It seems like a neat idea, even if it doesn't succeed.
Okay, load in a bolt. Take aim. Fergus helps me.
Yeah, I like tell her which direction and angle, and she gets a straight shot.
I don't think I put it on the description of the Night Eye scope, but I imagine it's got like a rangefinder on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, like those glasses. I imagine it has like many of those scopes, and you can just kind of narrow it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, like each one you flip down takes you another 50 feet out.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready to run, because I'm pretty sure even if I hit it, we're going to have to chase after.
Yep.
Give me another crit.
Let me check the Hag's AC. Yeah. You fire the crossbow bolt, and it zips through the air. The faint glow of magic around it, you can kind of follow its distance. And it goes up, 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 and it just goes wide of the green puff cloud trail that is the Hag.
Shoot again.
And misses.
I don't think we're going to get any headway this way, but we know where she's going.
Yeah, let's go. Let's run.
Like, are we going to be able to make pace with her, or is she like outpacing us? By the way,
let me pull you guys back to the island map, quick, since you're basically done here.
Also, I don't think we're waiting for the others. When we actually get there, there might be a couple rounds that they're not.
Yeah, but I'm just like, is it going to be possible to even get to her?
Well, see, it will be possible. You guys are all the way up here at the observatory. Now, you're on top of, like, a large stalactite that's like a small mountain, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So she is flying due south this way. The issue you guys have is that to get down there, you need to descend the slope to here, because you can't just go down the sheer rock, but since she's flying, she's able to go cross-country as the crow flies.
And do we know how long she's going to be able to stay in a mist form?
Roll Arcana. Oh, wow, nice.
I've seen this trick before. Elves do it all the time.
Yeah, it's very popular amongst magical thieves. If she's able to maintain concentration, she can stay in mist form for up to an hour.
Yeah.
Which is why that crossbow bolt would have been so hype if it hit and she lost concentration.
That's what I was hoping for. I was so hoping for that. That would have been so awesome.
That would have been the greatest end.
So, unfortunately, I think we might just have to gather up the rest of us and make our way that way, or I don't know. We might have to retreat for now and make our way back. But she's gonna outpace us. Even if we can get down and keep following her, she's going to be able to fly and avoid any obstacles. So for now, I say we go inside and make sure she can't rebuild any of her toys.
No, she's planning to do something really big. We got to get after her.
Okay.
She said she's going to get rid of us like the gnomes, as in all of the gnomes that lived here.
Yeah, because you guys definitely found evidence that city was wiped out by a massive mudslide.
Was there inside, by the way, any like sheets of metal or anything?
You know what?
Whether rusted or not.
Let's call this a flat luck roll and roll me a 1d20. No, that was not.
Is there anything I could use to ride down the stalactite like a sled?
You could, if you were able to rip a door off the hinge, maybe, but if you biff it, it's going to be very painful going down.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like wondering, because it's going to take us hours just to get down off this thing. So that's what I'm saying. It's not going to hurt to wait for the rest of us to make our way.
Probably about this time, Taskill and Thrum have caught back up with you guys.
Yep.
Okay, how are we going to get down? Quickly down.
Well, honestly, the quickest way is going to go down the path and then head down. That's why I'm trying to think of a faster way, but
So you said it's kind of like a small mountain that we're on?
Mountain sounds too grandeur for what it is, but it's just a very steep, rocky, it's a giant stalagmite, essentially. So it's just kind of sheer rock with some muddy parts as well.
Any of us have climbing gear?
I have a grappling hook and some pittons.
I've got climbing gear, and I'm pretty good at this.
Okay, let's just start descending. I feel like that's going to be faster than going down the path.
Yeah, and Natural Explorer from Thrum does let you ignore difficult terrain.
Hey, the question is how do I keep it from being too fast?
What are you thinking, Taskill?
Just be real careful with that climbing equipment.
Aye.
Man, Miku is going to be disappointed that we're going down here without him.
Yeah, he quickly does a double loop and jumps down. I know nothing about climbing.
I don't know if the Steel Defender would be able to go down with us this way, though.
It can tumble and maybe shatter at the bottom.
Yeah, we're going to probably have to take the path.
It's like twice as fast as us. You could tell it.
No. I think I might just tell the Steel Defender to go back to the submarine, honestly. I feel like we can definitely kill this hag with just us without the Steel Defender.
Well, have it.
Well, if you want to have it do that, I can write a note on there and request help from the Himswald, and they can take the note.
It's your dog, Lassie. Oh, yeah, the Himswald, we could angle towards the coast. It could pick us up.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
We really fast time.
Yeah,
we could just take the Underbald.
Yeah, the Underbald could probably get around to the bog in minutes rather than the couple hours it would take to hike overland.
Yeah, fuck it, let's take the sub.
And we don't even have to go under with the sub. We could cruise on top and try and pick the mist back up as we got closer.
All right,
Maybe.
let's go.
I don't know.
Quickly, run. Sprint.
As we're sprinting, I will ask Taskill if he has a heal he might want to throw out to me. Because I am hurt.
Yeah, I can throw a cure on you.
As soon as I get to the helm of this thing, everyone better be aboard.
Oh, I was. Good enough.
Also, I don't want to kill you guys' enthusiasm about spotting the cloud, she's traveling inland, and even if you were right on the coast, there's no way you can see 2-3 miles in and hit it effectively.
No, but we know
we
the
have
general
a magic
direction she's
telescope.
going.
Yeah. As you're running down, what's his name? The spider. Oh, let me look it up.
Have his notes in my notes. But...
This always happens whenever it's a character I didn't name myself.
I'm going to my notes. If I beat
Name
you.
him Harry.
No, I like his name. I just don't remember it.
It is Larathak.
Yeah, Larathak is partway down the path, sees you guys coming. He's like, well, what's going on?
She's heading south. We're getting on a boat to get us there faster. Come
We
if you're
killed
coming.
the beastie up top. Bloody big lizard.
You can ride with us, or at least get to somewhere safer, or you can stay here. Either way.
Ow.
And we're talking as we're running.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's able to keep pace with you, on all of his many legs, even wounded. He goes, I can't help in a fight. I'm no good, but I think I might have heard her murmuring to herself about something about a pool in the bogs. I don't know.
Well, we'll look for that. That's the best lead we got. So,
Out of character, what's our mushroom friend's name?
Miku.
Niku, yeah.
Miku, we're heading to the bogs. Come on, jump in.
We'll get that. Like as we're going down, if we see him, like get in the underbald. We're going. Go.
Yeah, it still takes a good 20, 15 minutes or so, even at the faster pace of Thrum to get down the
I think me and Ivy actually get there before anyone else because we're the fastest.
You will want to stick with Thrum, otherwise you'll be slowed down by difficult terrain of the mud.
So it's just a pleasant jog for us then.
Y'all are like little dogs, and you keep running ahead. Like, come on.
So you guys bust hump back down the hill until you reach the ruins of Altenstad.
Before you go on with the narration, I would like just to add before I forget. When we're going there, I will, when we get to an even surface, I am going to bolt ahead because I need to go restock arrows. So I'm going to grab those as fast as I can from our wagon.
Yep.
And then head to the underworld. And then
let
Miku know as I go that they come with me
at some
quickly.
point it becomes less difficult terrain once we get down off the
I just wanted to add that I'm doing that while also telling Miku to come with us.
Yeah, Lord. As you're approaching the ruin, you see Lord Junius come jogging up to you guys as he sees you coming. Fergis, you just full on run right past him to get to your arrows. He's like, "Well,
Evil witch, we're gonna deal with it. We'll come back. We'll be right back."
What?
Don't let anybody go up the hill.
But your Zan friend left. He
What?
calls after you.
God damn it. He headed to the bog, right?
I guess he telepathically said something about a disturbance. I don't know.
Disturbance? Did he head south?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yep.
Well, we'll
Grabbing
get
my
that
arrows.
And then he sees the
I just
skid
grab a
rally, he's
quiver.
like,
He's okay. He's gonna stay here. He is safe. He is not gonna harm anyone, right? And I kind of
Yes.
turned over to the Skidrow.
You've never seen a spider vigorously nod before. It's less of a head motion and more of just pumping up and down on all of its legs.
It's like, he was held captive by the witch. He can fill you in. We're going, and I head to the underworld.
Learn about his people.
Yeah, Freya.
But yeah, I just grab a whole quiver.
Mm-hmm.
I love our we're moving quickly voices.
Mm-hmm.
Or sounds like we're all falling off the side of a cliff.
Yeah.
Close the door behind you.
Yep.
As soon as Freya can get to that pilot, I guess pilot share. I don't know what you would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever.
The controls, just pedal to the metal.
Mm-hmm. Since if you're not submerging, Ivy will stay on top to try to keep an eye out.
Hi.
Yeah.
We're
I'll
on
stay
top.
up there
Let's
too.
look for our friend Miko. Miko?
Who's the best at just spatting things at a distance, anyway?
Yeah, who's got a good perception?
What's his face does? Thrum does.
Yeah, I'm gonna give Thrum the looking glass then.
Telescope.
Actually, I think maybe Taskill has the best. because his wisdom.
+4.
Yeah,
Yeah, I only have a
yes,
+1. So I'll give it to Taskill to keep an eye out.
Speak up, Kenneth.
All right. So you guys are motoring down the coastline. If you're on the lookout, Taskill, you can give me a perception check real quick.
Looking for Niku.
I mean, still better than I did half the rolls.
Yeah, you would definitely not be able to make out any fine details if it wasn't for the telescope right now.
Taskill, my friend, I think you hold it the other way.
He is seeing stuff. He's just not seeing Miku or the hag.
Look through the small side.
As you're running the coast here, you're able to get a look at. It looks like this bog section here is just a whole series of pools filled with like viscous, glowing mold and mush and lichen. You don't see a lot of animal life. It's almost like a cold volcanic wasteland by its look. But you do see large dragonflies, like the size of horses, buzzing.
Did you say the size of horses?
Horses, yeah.
Oh, we're gonna tame one of those fuckers later.
I think we call those Pegasus, not dragonflies.
Yeah, just tame those. Just ride around in the night.
Not impossible.
I'm on it.
Maybe later.
Right.
We're busy right
He's
now.
gonna tie
Anyways.
these. Thrum's gonna go ahead and
Does he at least see
proactively
the
tie
giant
his
pool
rope
over
into
here?
a lasso.
Yeah, as you guys are around here, you do notice something else with an 11 Taskill. You notice that there's lots of smaller mushrooms and all the glowing lichen, or however you pronounce it. It's faint at first, but it grows more apparent. There's like a pulse that's like going out where they get slightly brighter and then dim, and then slightly brighter and dim, but like in a wave coming from a center point, which is roughly in this area here.
Well, there's a glowing thing over there. It's probably important.
Get as close as you can to it then.
Not Remia. Remia's done with. We're done with you. Freya.
Freya. You think wounds.
Why?
You're able to.
Nope, don't
go
expand the ship.
You're able to go up this not, I guess it's kind of like a river, but it's more like a crack there, until you're able to get to the close enough point where you have to disembark and venture in on foot.
Luckily, all these doors are magically sealed, so only we can open them.
Oh yeah, nice.
So just don't leave one open, and we're fine.
And can you drop the underbolt? No, I guess not. We wouldn't be able to get back in if you sank it a little bit.
It doesn't matter. No one can get in other than us without having to dispel it, and that's another issue we would have to run into at the time.
Well, we're disembarking. This sounds like the closest description that we got.
Alright.
I'm gonna like in character. He's like, I'm gonna let out another one of my famous chance encounters. I have a feeling that she's not gonna be alone here.
A pretty dwarven lass had a truly magnificent ass. Not rounded and pink as you possibly think. It was gray, had long ears, and ate grass.
How is that relevant? And I
Indeed.
keep walking.
All right. As you guys are closing the distance, at first the only thing you can hear is the vibrating hum of far-off giant dragonfly wings. But as you start getting close to the center point, the pulse is going faster by now, and you start hearing a chant kind of echoing out unmistakably the hag's voice in some sort of, not guttural, it's too fine for that, but it sounds an innately violent language. If you could imagine a language that is somehow knives when you hear it.
None of us understand it.
Does anyone speak Sylvan?
look at Taskill and
Nope.
say,
Nope.
what's that hag got brewing?
I don't know, but we shouldn't let her finish it.
Yep.
All right, boys.
Guns a-blazing.
Break her with.
Mhm.
Stick her when you see her.
And as you start getting very close, you begin hearing the sounds of combat as well, of scraping stone on stone, of the sound of bodies hitting the ground. And I will move you guys over to the encounter map. I forgot ID. Hold on.
Mika, oh my god.
This guy stumbles into more traps.
Oh, never mind. I'm trying to get Ivy down here for you. Because Nolgrim isn't here.
Yes, she and this Mika's kicking ass.
You guys come and you see that the hag is on her knees before this cauldron. It's on top of a burning, it looks like a fire pit, but it's burning bones instead of wood. And she's got her hands in the air, locked in a chant. And there's these zombies that you see are trying to close in on Miku. And he's got a spear, and as you come up, he's just finished beating up a few. As he's fighting, he's stabbing some with a spear, and other ones he's cracking their skulls just by bludgeoning them with his mushroom fists.
Nice.
I don't think I'd really want to fight one of their people that are supposed to be the fighters, because I'm pretty sure he said that he wasn't one.
He said he was a hunter.
Did he? I thought he said he wasn't.
Yeah, he was a hunter.
Yeah, no, remember he went
I think
missing.
you
She was
said he's
hunting.
not like the others in that he is curious and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's what I was misunderstanding them.
Anyways, let's get here and
Yep.
kill this fucking hag.
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna fire as soon as I can see her, even if it's at disadvantage, so...
Yeah, so you can see her. She's still locked in her chant, so I'll bring up the initiative. I will put on some dire music. As I
The
pull up,
duality of initiative.
I will
17, 4, 21, 21, 7.
all the character sheets again. One moment. Really have to learn to not close these things. Let me tell you though, having them on Roll20 rather than as like tabs or God forbid Word documents, so much nicer. So much nicer.
I just noticed Nolgrim was up here like,
He stumbled halfway through.
True to form, zombies get absolutely terrible initiative roll. Hag is not too far behind. Miku. Not doing too great either.
Hey, still goes before the zombies.
Okay, 1 minute. All right. Ivy's first.
And I imagine we just yell, "Go for the witch! Go for the witch!" And short bows have incredible range,
Mm-hmm.
so she can shoot from pretty much anywhere. "23 on the hag."
Okay, 1 second. I will hit. Let me check something. Oh, actually, that's better. Sorry, this happens when you have to look up spell effects and you don't know everything by memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bolt would hit, but it whizzes through the hag and it dispels it. That was actually an illusion, and she's actually right over here,
Gotcha.
doing the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Thrum.
Additional bonus action dash over here.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, some of these larger rock croppings would be difficult terrain, but you're moving on the normal terrain stuff.
So I was looking a minute ago, and Thrum has all this. He gets to ignore difficult natural terrain, probably not magical, when he's by himself, not just the group.
Yeah.
I know the advantage, but also he gets advantage on his first attack if they haven't acted. So I assume this is difficult terrain.
It is.
Okay.
Or this section is, this section is not.
Okay, so he gets to ignore it, right? So he's going to get to pretty much move as...
Move as you please.
You're still poisoned from the disease as well.
Say again?
You're still poisoned from the disease as well, so
yeah.
You will get advantage on it, but it'll just become normal.
Right, that's what I was thinking. So if he moves to there... You know what? We've got enough ranged people that he is going to move to... Gosh, can you make those jumps? More thinking about helping Miku. Okay, so he's
drop kick the cauldron.
That's 25, so 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, from here he'll just... He's going to move up. There's not much he can do. Okay, that's him.
All right. Fergis.
One thing I can do, I'm going to go ahead and move down 25 feet. Bonus action, I'm going to give advantage to Nivy Ivy's next attack.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to fire at the witch.
All right, go for it. That'll hit. Roll damage.
4 damage.
Wait, why does her token not have a health bar? Yeah, you do hit. I'm sorry. I just realized I might goof up on her token there.
Now, is her chanting a concentration thing?
That's a good question. I will roll her concentration in just a second. But
I mean, chances are she's going to pass it with a 4 damage. But, I mean, no matter what, it's going to be DC 10, but... You know, try and focus her ire on us rather than blowing up the island. I'm getting flashbacks to the show Lost, by the way.
Never seen it. So yeah, your arrow lodges right into her side, so she'll do a concentration, which will succeed.
That's my turn.
Her chanting reaches a crescendo as she lowers her hands into the fire, grabs the edge of the pot, and she upends it and dumps the contents, which flows down over the rock into the surrounding pools of mold and gunk that's glowing around you. And she lets out a cackle of glee. It'll be all over for you soon. But that's basically her action, so she is just going to run and she's going to hop up on this rock over here to get the high ground. But that's her turn otherwise. Freya.
Just out of my distance. His movement is 25 feet.
And plus, that'd be difficult terrain anyway over there.
Yeah.
No. No. Let's see. Alright, I'm going to come 25 feet down here.
Mm-hmm.
Still being, everything's out of range, so I'm just going to get closer.
Okay.
Do I have to jump this gap here?
No, you don't. That's fine. That's still rock.
And then I'm going to send Steel Defender to go help Miku. And that'll be my turn, because those are both double moves.
All right. Taskill.
I just measured this out. So dropping the hammer here is the just within range. So here's we go. Huh.
Yep. She ducks it.
Well,
Oh, Lord, it missed. It's never missed.
Miku!
All right.
I smell recurring villain.
Or I smell sacrifice.
Miku's gonna run up here. You guys see as like some amber colors, some spores rising up from the various shrooms around him seem to float towards him and turn from blue to like an amber color as they swirl around him. And he is going to punch this zombie. He will hit.
Is he a monk?
Okay.
He just cast Fist.
Yeah,
He is a mushroom bender.
Let's see. Are the zombies immune to poison? Probably.
He's a mushroom monk.
Yeah, they're immune to poison. But they do take 9 bludgeoning damage, 7 from his fists, 2 because he is raging. If Roll20 will let me adjust it to help.
Nice, he's a raging mushroom monk.
Actually, those fists are just his natural attack. all myconoids that's his species have them.
Nice.
Yeah, they're pretty kick-ass. Oh, there we go. I should add that. There we go. Cool. All right, and now it's the zombies'
Glad we can
turn.
make enemies of these guys.
They're going to close in on him. Let me make sure I get his numbers. 1, 2, 3. All 3 will hit. 2, 3. So he takes. Come on, roll 20. That's 1. Yeah, so he takes half damage from all of those. So
7
I don't
damage.
The mic.
yeah, 20 is just being a pain in my ass.
You rolled up 14 in total in damage, so
Yeah,
it'd be
I
7 for half.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, that's their turn. So, Ivy.
Okay, she's going to move her allotment of movement. As she's flying, she's going to fire off a shot at the witch.
Pot shot.
Because she has advantage because I gave it to her last time.
All right.
22.
That'll hit.
As per advantage, she gets sneak attack for 11 damage. And then bonus action dash to keep going towards Miku.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay.
All right, so Thrum. Mechanically, this will be long jump, but I'm going to flavor it as he takes his 5-10-foot lead, and then left foot, right foot, and is right there. But it would be 10 feet move in front of Freya in order to jump to where he is there.
Okay.
And then he is going to rage, pull out his axe as he was doing that, little bitty hand axe, and throw it at this lady.
Gotcha.
Still disadvantaged, I think.
Yeah, you're still poisoned. I'll put the little icon back on your guy. Yeah, that'll whiff.
Right. That's it. That's his round.
All right. It's not Fergus's turn yet, as these pools that were stirring, in the center of them, shapes begin to coalesce and rise up out of it. Ta-da! As these giant mold mud elemental looking things take form with glowing red eyes.
Lovely.
So this one will spend its movement to advance towards Freya, and this one will advance towards Thrum, and this one will just generally slither over here. So here we go. First one will be against Freya, second one will be against Thrum. Freya. 25?
Yeah, that'll hit.
10 bludgeoning. As it's just swinging its muddy mold fist at you, and now against Thrum. 9 will miss.
Miss.
Yep.
I would like to say miss because that's the first thing that's misspeak today.
Fergus.
I'm going to go ahead and move to here. I think, let me check. Trying to get, no, I don't want to get too close to this thing, so I'm going to give advantage to Taskill.
Okay.
And then I'm going to fire at the one next to Freya. And probably whiff it with a 9.
Yep, that will miss. Hold on. I'm just pulling up what Vicious Mockery does again. Since it is the hag's turn. Oh, it's an instantaneous. I did not know that. Oh, it's casting time 1 action, sorry. Yeah, she is going to target Thrum with Vicious Mockery, since it worked so well on before. Make a Wisdom saving throw, Thrum.
At disadvantage?
At disadvantage, because you are poisoned.
Oof.
Let me just double check that before you can use the 13 if it is, but I'm just going to double check. Because I know all
right.
physical things are.
I'm pretty sure it's just everything.
It's disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, so saves are not at disadvantage.
Oh, nice.
So we could use that 13. Let me check her DC. Oh, you beat it by 1. So she throws out a chain of insults about how impotent you've been able to stop her at this point. And
Thrum slowly left head turn, middle finger.
Nice. And then she's going to use her move to hop down off the rock here to break line of sight with all the archers.
Probably a good call.
Yeah.
Smart.
All right, Freya.
I wish Loki was here so he could go, wait a minute, what is cover?
Can I
No,
take
he'd
a
be here
minute
and be
to
like,
look at
"Shatter."
this thing and see if I can reason out any weakness it may have?
Sure.
I just mean for our Way of the Wicked game with
Would
Asteri.
it be like an investigation?
I would allow investigation, perception, or nature.
Alright. Nature's good, but investigation is better. 23.
This thing is made of like an active mudslide. Its body doesn't have like vital spots. And since it's still semi-liquid, it is immune to bludgeoning damage. Just full-on immune to any sort of bludgeoning effect.
It's a good thing none of us use hammers.
I mean, I have a hammer, but I'm not using it.
I have hammer.
I have hammer, yes.
Okay, this is gonna suck. I don't really have anything else I can do. I'm going to pull out my battle axe. Let me make sure that's not active right now. Yeah, it's not.
You can always withdraw.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really see the point.
You have spells still, I think, too, don't you? I don't think you used one yet.
Yeah, but none of my spells are really going to help me here. I have Thunderclap, Mending, Detect Magic, Cure Wounds, Fairy Fire, Absorb Elements, and Heroism, and Shield. Those are the ones I have.
Oh, bummer.
So, I'm going to try to bop this guy with a battle axe.
Go for it. That will miss.
God damn it.
Thematically, it's like you do hit, but you just catch the fringe, so you just kind of like spray some of its moldy body, but it's not really doing any damage to it.
Okay, Steel Defender's gonna keep on running. He's up here.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Taskill.
Alright, well, bonus action. Since I can't move it all the way to attack that one, to attack the one I'm going to be attacking, I would attack that one.
Okay, so you haven't gonna attack this one?
Yes.
Gotcha. Roll it. Ooh, shit. That'll do it, obviously.
Smash.
10 points. Nice.
It was force, so I'm pretty sure nothing's immune to that.
Yeah, Force has very specifically chosen that very, very few things are immune or resistant to it, because it's kind of supposed to be the catch-all good damage.
Yep. And then charge on in with the advantage that Fergis gave. And swing for the fences.
That'll hit. 9 damage. You slash into this thing. Awesome. It's Miku's turn, and he's going to sock the same zombie in the face again. Which will hit. Still immune to poison, but it does take 12 damage, which puts it at 1 hit point. Zombie's not looking good. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Fungus zombie's turn. 2 of them will be on Miku. 1 will miss. 2 will miss. However, the third one is actually going to attack the Steel Defender that just rolled up. And as it swings its fist down, some of the amber spores kind of twist in the air around the zombie, and it gives it disadvantage. Which will still hit regardless, because I rolled double 21s. However, the spores also go around the steel defender and cushion the blow, giving it resistance to this damage.
So it's half.
Half that.
He's a spore bender.
And that's good because the skilled defender can also block attacks for him.
And I know that resistance can be doubled.
They can?
I'm pretty sure official rulings have said that if you get resistance from one thing and then you get another resistance, it can stack. I don't know how you're going to rule it, but I think I can't remember.
I'm just going to look that up real quick.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah, no,
I mean, it doesn't really
not-
I
matter
think I
right
read
now
that too. Because it goes down to 25% damage instead of just 50%.
Okay, it doesn't stack.
Yeah,
But
I
it
was
does
gonna
stack
say-
with stuff. It does stack with stuff like uncanny dodge for rogues.
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff.
That definitely stacks.
Yeah.
That's where I read it.
So you can uncanny dodge and then have resistance to something. So then it would be a quarter damage because it's technically a different thing.
Ivy.
She's going to fire at the one between Miku and the steel defender.
Okay. That'll hit.
For 16 damage.
Damn. That one's very rough all of a sudden.
And then difficult terrain, I know, but she's going to start moving her way through here with a bonus action dash to get through.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be her turn.
All right. Thrum.
I remember where I read it. I read it looking at Thrum. So Thrum's going to go large.
Okay, I'll get you.
Has a bonus action. And then he will double-handed battle axe this guy at disadvantage. Hopefully he hits, but sounds like we can't really grapple. Or you said they're immune to bludgeoning.
Immune to bludgeoning, yeah.
So if he grabbed with the sharp spikes around his hand and was able to grapple this thing, would the piercing and rage damage still hurt it?
If your shards do piercing damage, that will still hurt it.
Yeah, they specifically do piercing.
Yeah, if they specifically do piercing.
Yes,
I think
and the
normal
the grappling damage is specifically bludgeoning.
Yeah, that would be immune to.
Okay. So he loses strength and bludgeoning and rage, but he'd only have his shards.
Yeah.
So he's gonna just take the shot and swing at this thing with his battle axe
Gotcha.
at disadvantage.
A whiff.
Weef. Alrighty.
Okay.
You had one of those, right? A weef.
Queef.
This thing is going to shift up here, and I'm going to do some shenanigans right now. It's going to take a swing at Thrum. 20.
Yeah, that hits.
16 bludgeoning damage.
Oof, that's rough. He's gonna try and parry that.
Yep, absolutely.
I changed it to say so it barbarian, it goes down to 8 with rage,
Mm-hmm.
and then he soaks 7.
Yep.
So 1 damage, and he has 1 temporary hit point. So nothing.
Awesome.
It's
However,
coming together.
Gotta love
He
it.
can't
so-
hit
so, like,
anybody, but
it's-
he's a meat shield.
so if I may describe this to you for a moment, it starts to swing down its fists, and I imagine you like counterpunch to like knock it aside, and its muddy fist collides into the face of the one next to it, which they then seem to more slide into each other and amalgam into a singular creature,
Nice.
and it got larger.
Yeah, I had a feeling. The thing
What
that's
are
literally liquid could do that.
Mold, mud, fury.
Well, no grabbing it now.
You won't be able to find it because I designed this creature myself.
I love it.
And now the extra
the
large
rest
one
of
is
it
going to
joins-
punch you.
It is Captain America.
It misses.
It does not punch you.
It does not punch you. It's also safe to state that its damage does go up when it got bigger.
Mm-hmm. I imagine.
Mm-hmm. And then this little one is going to try to whack Taskill. And also miss. Because, listen, God only gives me one cool moment per session. Fergus.
First thing is I'm going to give advantage to Taskill again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fire at the one between him and his daughter.
Okay. That'll hit.
Oh, that will hit?
That will hit.
Wow.
They're
Sneak
not
attack
overly
on.
concerned with their own defense.
14 damage.
Alright.
And I'm going to start moving up here because I can't see the witch anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be my turn.
Alright. Let's see here. She's gonna kind of shimmy around the rock here. Poke out her head, and Thrum, give me another wisdom saving throw. I can't think of good insults every round, but that's what's happening.
Nobody is Loki.
Yeah.
Your mother was made of sandpaper. I don't know. You're a stone.
Okay. So you... Let me make sure I read this one.
You get disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah, which is kind of redundant on you, but you do take 1d4 psychic damage. So you take 1 point of psychic damage.
All right.
And psychic damage is one of the things that Rage doesn't reduce.
Yes.
No matter what.
I'll gladly take 1 point of damage for a green hag attack.
And then she'll spend the last little bit of her movement. Shimmy back into that rocky crevice. I would say this big rock is obscuring cover, but this little one here is probably giving her half cover. Or 3/4 cover, sorry. That's the +3 AC one, I believe. +4. Hold on, let me look up cover.
It's a +2 for half cover, I think.
Yeah, and then there's 3/4 cover as well.
Yeah, that's the +4.
Yeah, 3/4 cover is +5.
Oh, +5?
Mm-hmm. And half cover is +2. Total cover, you just can't attack. Alright, Freya.
And this is dumb, but it'll be cool if I actually do it, so. Because it uses a stat that my class is based around avoiding using. Strength. I'm going to try to grapple it.
Awesome.
So it's athletics, right?
Yes.
Cool, that's a crisp +0. Well, that's usually how it goes.
What are you thinking?
Let me see. I'm trying to remember, because I do allow the faux climbing optional rule.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, God. They don't put this stuff easily online. I need to actually open my, DMG real quick. Because it's just such a... I like the idea that you can Shadow of Colossus up, huge or larger creatures. But Taskill, take your turn while I viciously flip through a book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, first off, spiritual weapon on the biggin.
Okay.
12.
That'll hit. Alright. Let me...
And battle axe with advantage, release dig. 24.
Yeah, that'll hit.
For another 10.
Alright, 10 slashing. That one's not doing so hot.
Don't forget to have your Steel Defender go for Freya once he's figured out these
Oh,
ruins.
yeah, right. If that's all you're doing, Taskill, go ahead and take the Steel Defender go.
It's still kind of just going to attack one of these zombies.
Yeah, I figured.
But I'm pretty sure that's the
Watch
one that's
out.
like almost dead now. So
Yeah, that'll hit.
8.
8. Okay. Let me see.
if I remember, that was the one that Ivy just hit for a bunch of damage.
Oh, yeah. It was at 6 hit points, so it needed to be 13. It goes down. Here we go.
Is that
I just found the rules for climbing onto bigger creatures. If one creature wants to jump onto another, it can do so by grappling. A small or medium creature has little chance to make successful grapple against a huge or gargantuan. Oh, that's just thematics. After making an ability check necessary to get into position on the larger creature, the smaller creature can use its athletics or acrobatics check, contested by acrobatics check from the larger one. If the winner wins the contest, the smaller creature successfully moves onto the creature's space and is clinging. While on the target space, the smaller creature has advantage on attack rolls against it. Smaller creature can move around within the larger creature's space, treating the space as difficult terrain. The larger creature's ability to attack the smaller creature depends on the smaller creature's location, and it is left to my discretion. The larger the creature, to dislodge it, you can make it by making athletics opposed by strength. Yeah, so basically, you could do a athletics or acrobatics to scale a larger creature.
Let's see.
That is the end of your turn,
yeah.
so I'll do make you.
Yeah,
And
acrobatics is definitely better.
yeah. He is going to punch this zombie one more time. Rolling nothing but rocks. Good lord, if these things weren't immune to poison damage. Let's see, that is 11 damage. So it needs to beat a 16. Run thing. Nope. That zombie goes down. Goes down hard. And then he is going to risk an AOO, and he is booking it over here to Thrum's side. The zombie will swing, of course, and will hit, but only does 3 damage.
I'm glad to have you, mate. We tried
He
to
says-
pick you up, but you had already come down.
He says nothing because it takes a moment for him to release. Actually, I think it
Can
actually
they
takes
understand when we talk at them?
Yes, but
Okay.
he just can't say anything to you because he physically locks them out. It
Yep.
doesn't say that it takes an action, but I'm saying it takes a bonus action because that feels fair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shift this to the side. This zombie's a dum-dum, and it's going to come up, and it's gonna take a swing. Let me double check the wording of this ability here. Sorry. Okay, yeah, it no longer has disadvantage. So slam against the steel defender. 15. Michael?
It meets his AC.
Okay. So it takes 5 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Ivy.
Yep. Ivy.
she's gonna come to the steel defender's head. Shortbow go. Pew pew
That'll hit.
for 11.
Another savage blow.
And I assume the level stuff is not difficult terrain.
Yeah, it's not difficult terrain.
So she'll get to not there. There. That's it.
Alright. Thrum.
All right. Nothing sexy. He is going to try and swing again. Raging and shards and two-handed axe at disadvantage.
Okay. That'll miss.
Messaroo.
Okay.
Let's face it. Right now, Thrum's just there to take up the hits.
Yeah, that's kind of how I designed him. I told Gombo that a long time ago. He ain't gonna do a lot of damage.
So the slam. I mean, you did good damage. Slam against Freya. 19.
19 probably hits. Yeah, it does.
14 bludgeoning.
Woo!
A big punch against Thrum next. 22.
Yeah, that hits.
19 bludgeoning.
Turns into 9, and he's gonna soak some of that. Soaks 4, so 5 damage. Plus 1 temporary hit point, so 4.
Okay. Fergis.
I'm gonna fire at this one.
Okay.
What's your bow?
That'll hit.
For 11. I'm going to bonus action stealth. For 22 stealth. And start making my way behind these rocks, keeping low profile.
Gotcha. You know what? This is what I'm gonna do here. So I had the hag use her action to stealth away, but then she rolled a natural 1. So you all completely see her trying to scramble over these rocks here.
Nice. And that's like difficult terrain, right?
Yeah, so she slowed down. So she thinks you're all completely distracted by the mold mud fury.
Thrum's gonna, I don't know if it's a free action, but say to Taskill, hammer that bitch.
I think you can all see her.
Excuse me, Taskill's a man of God.
Freya.
Smite that bitch.
Okay, I'm going to acrobatics. It's the same chance as if I guess not the exact same, but it's the same bonus as if I attacked with my axe. I think it'd be cool.
And it,
Roll lower
than 7. Now let me see. Let me double check something here about these rules, because I don't think it resists with athletics. I think it resists with acrobatics. Oh, its dex is much worse. Well, it rolled higher, but it did have a -2 to dex, to be fair. So the odds technically were in your favor.
Yeah, but you can never have nice things, right? You roll 2 crits in a row, and all your luck for the session is.
I will say you still have your movement. I'll say so. If you wanted to maneuver within its threatened area, you can.
I mean, it's not really many options there.
You could get over here so you can withdraw.
Over where?
Next to Taskill.
Oh.
It's up to you. Either way,
I mean,
don't forget your steel defender.
I mean, you can withdraw from anywhere. Withdraw just means you take no action, you avoid attacks of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my steel defender still got a turn, so.
I would like to say, that by statistics, your acrobatics to climb onto it was more likely to succeed.
Yeah, I know. Seal Defender hears, Freya hears Thrum and then commands the Steel Defender. He's just going to take that attack and run past it.
It actually... Oh, yeah, it did take its turn. So, yeah, it'll slam. Oof.
Yep.
Only 8 bludgeoning damage, though. Zombies are not the beefiest of boys.
And
I just picture Ivy being like, yeah, leave me here.
This is difficult terrain, so I think it can only take 5 foot more before he gets to 40 feet.
Yep.
And then he's going to repair.
Yep. While you're rolling that, Taskill. Oh, shit, that's a nice roll.
Jeez, that's the best heal we've seen.
Steel Defenders are right tanky.
And that brings him right back up to max health.
God, 3 times a day, too. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, there's a recurring joke on people in line that high-level Steel Defenders are basically unkillable.
Yeah, there was a request for hammer support. And I will miss again. It just does not want to connect with that bitch. And continue to cut this thing down to size.
I think you had advantage too. Oh no, I used it for stealth this turn. Never mind.
Yeah. That will hit, obviously. Do 5 slashing. Yeah, you're really laying into this thing, but it's still going. All right. You know what? Just because it will be cool. Of course that happens. Of course that happens. Oh shit. Thrum. Mirku comes running up and using a rock as a springboard, he jumps onto this thing's back. So it's
nice.
Like right here. So he's doing what Freya was gonna do. That is his action, however. I don't think there's anything else he can do.
So mechanically, what does this do when you climb up?
He has advantage against attacks on it now, and it has disadvantage on attacks against him at my discretion.
Okay.
Given this thing's morphic nature, it probably won't have disadvantage on the attacks, but he will still totally get disadvantage. And I will let you know that every round he hits an attack against it, it'll have disadvantage on all attacks against everyone except him, and even if it does hit someone else, you will get resistance from its damage. So long he's a tanky barb is what his thing is.
Okay.
He wants to pull aggro onto him. So with the two of you working together. Fungus Zombie. It's going to shamble over towards Ivy. And miss. Ivy.
She's going to disengage to here and then shoot at it.
Yep. Alright, because you both actually disengage. She's mumbling about the frickin' stone dragon leaving her.
Yep. 9 damage.
Yep. Isn't enough to put it down, but it's close.
And that's her turn.
Okay. Thrum.
Alright, following the Mushroom Man's lead, he's not going to be outdone. He is going to try and...
I'm gonna say no, because that would just be weird. You're...
To have a half bigger on top of a bigger?
You're almost half this thing's...
Yeah.
over half this thing's size.
Okay.
That's just a grapple, my man.
Okay. He'll just
bonus action, shrink down, then do it.
Nah. We'll just grab. I feel like there's more advantage to this. Alright, so that'd be normal, because he's disadvantage poison, advantage grapple, rage. Grabby, grab.
Okay. It's going to use its reaction. Split. As you wrap it into a bear hug, let me bring its cohort back. It negates the effect by separating back down into 2 smaller ones, and I get to choose their location.
Nice.
So this one is going to be jettisoned over here, and this one, I'll say, gets shot out. Well, it was here, so I'll make sure I get this right. Yeah, where it was.
I assume Miku gets to stay on top of part of it?
I'll give him an acrobatics check. Because this is definitely more of an acrobatics and an athletics type deal. No, he does not. He gets flung into the drink.
So Thrum's big chubby digits squeezed onto this thing, and he just went through it like a piece of cake, and it split into 2 on either side.
Yep.
Damn it. Yeah, that's all he's got.
Mm-hmm. All right. This one here. Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless
He's
you.
going to shift over here, so Taskill and Freya, you can get an attack of opportunity.
Mhm.
Oh, Freya! There it is. You both hit, by the way, so...
No.
Wow! Good thing you crit, so that is 10 damage total.
Mhm.
Is that? Did that like really just? Yeah, yes, it is.
And then... they merge!
Oh, nice.
Oh, you took off the one that's on the turn order. So.
Whoop. Just whoop.
My friends, that what I just rolled there is why it's better to have static bonuses over more dice.
Let me just rearrange this.
Yep.
Let me put that one back on that, and then... So, on... it's actually here. This is the one that merged. And then... I have to set this up. Okay.
Shoot the bitch, it may kill the monsters.
So the small one is going to punch the steel defender and hit.
Yep.
Well, low numbers.
Yep. And this big one that just formed is going to shift back into range and is going to punch Taskill. He was the one
It's
doing all the
not
damage.
it doesn't take an action to
Oh,
merge?
yep. You get an attack of opportunity there, Thrum.
Oh, yeah, that too. Nice.
Still a disadvantage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, still disadvantage.
One day you'll not be poisoned.
We hope.
Yep, that'll miss.
Doesn't matter.
If not, just take levels in a casting class and make them roll saves.
At some point, you guys are going to get a deceased cure.
The Richard philosophy.
I mean, that's why I made my wizard.
All right, Fergis.
Coming over here, I'm going to fire a shot as I leave stealth. So I'm going to fire it against her. But unless she saw me with a 22 stealth, I will get advantage.
Because she was convinced on a natural one she's basically invisible to you idiots. Yeah,
16.
That will, let me double check. Oh, it's actually just one shy for natural armor.
Well, I do that, then I move behind these ones and try to stealth again.
Yep.
See if she can, stealth before she can see me as I fire.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you vanish. Between the hammer swinging at her and the arrow that just whizzed by her, she knows the gig is up. So she is going to a double move. Hopping across the
Doesn't know he's this way.
Nope, she does not. I will roll her perception now. Nope, she still does not know that Fergus is right there.
The gig inception.
She's probably focused on the big fight going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Freya.
Okay, what is it to withdraw?
It's an action, and then nothing provokes an attack of opportunity.
Okay. Come over here. Switching out for the Gloomstalker. That's what Freya does.
And your Steel Defender still got all of its actions.
Yep. Okay. Ooh. So half is 20, so full would be 40. I'll just take that attack from the goop
Okay.
as I run past it.
Another hit for 19 bludgeoning.
19.
19.
Damn, that actually takes the Steel Defender out right there.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As it tries
exactly 19 left.
As it scampers away, crush. No death saving throws or anything. You can just cast Mending on it outside of combat, and it'll
Yeah,
back
it's just
up.
broken right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best way to handle a Steel Defender.
That's my new toy. That's the paddling.
Yeah, first things first. Hammer out. See if we can't smack her for once. 18.
Yeah, that'll hit her.
Nice.
Huzzah.
Nice. Hefty blow.
Meanwhile, over here with the hefty boy.
Hmm?
Huzzah.
That'll hit.
For another 11.
All right. So you come in, you swing your battle axe down, and you hit it right through its torso, and you hit it hard enough that it actually splits back into two.
Those little
Got
fuckers.
you down to size soon enough.
And then, if I remember my ability correctly, make sure I'm measuring this properly. Yep. It gets flung. Hold on. It's actually here, so again, it gets flung. Yeah, there. Oh, wait, sorry, other way around. All right. I believe that's your turn.
Yep.
Okay. And now, if I remember correctly, it doesn't matter. Miku pulls himself out of the muck, and he's going to come over here, and he's going to stab this thing two-handed with his spear. And he will hit, doing 10 piercing damage against it. And now any attack that's not against it will have disadvantage and will resistant damage as the amber swirl around it.
Miku is like the plant version of the stone Thrum. He hits with his hands and a spear.
Yeah, basically. He peeked behind the curtain. I reskinned what was it? Ancestors Barbarian. If you're curious.
Yeah, that's a pretty good barbarian.
Yeah, I just reskinned it as like his natural affinity for spores rather than ghosts. Fungus zombie, barely in this encounter. Going after Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy's not too happy about that.
16.
That'll hit.
6 bludgeoning damage. All right. Ivy.
Okay, I'm gonna hold her bow in one hand and pull out her short sword and attack this thing.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit.
For 4 damage.
All right. If it rolls under an 8, it's dead. It's an 8, so it technically succeeds because it hits the DC exactly. But it's
She
on
just
one hit point now.
She just rolls her eyes and disengages.
Yep.
But she doesn't want to go. Wait, she's gonna disengage back this way because she doesn't want to get near the water monsters.
I think she can still move after disengaging if you want to put more distance.
Disengage doesn't actually add more movement.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way disengage works is you still can only use your normal movement. It just makes it so you can't
That's
get
right.
attacked.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Disengage is like declaring the action, and then if you move, you move.
Thrum.
It took me a couple read-throughs to figure that out.
All right, Thrum is going to try and grapple this one.
Okay.
Because now he's just getting madder and madder and madder.
That makes sense.
This will be a normal roll.
No.
Now, of course, that's now my 7th one this session.
Yeah, you're having a bad time today.
It's
All
a
right.
rough night.
It's this foreign internet. You're not used to it.
All right. So, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to have one attack Thrum at disadvantage because of Miku, which is a natural 1, which is a hard whiff. One will try to slam Taskill, 17, which will miss.
Mm-hmm.
And this one will start slurping its way back over to Thrum, and will attempt to slam him in the back, which will miss.
Yay! As long as Thrum can pull their attention. Can I cast aggro?
That's basically what Miku's ability is by making
Yeah,
it
that
that
is
way.
a nice ability. I'm thinking about that. Like if I
You
ever
take
take
3 levels of barbarian.
barbarian, because I've got the 1 level. If I go up to 3, take ancients, and it all kind of folds in with turn into the.
Eventually,
big-
you're gonna want to get one of those classes to 5 though, so you can get some multiple attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually. That's where I'm going.
I'm in the same boat as you though. I'm gonna be a while. I'm gonna pop my head up
always
from the
open.
rocks.
Yep.
And I am going to fire at advantage. 23.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
So that's 17 points of damage as I kind of poke my head out and shoot her right in the chest.
Yep.
Nice.
Ah, you little, I'll flay your bones.
Gotta catch me first.
Spoken
His
like a true.
Fergus's tongue shoots in and out of his mouth like the Roadrunner.
So I'm gonna move behind these rocks, and even if I imagine she'll have advantage of this, but I'm gonna try to stealth again.
Yep.
Because that's what I do.
This is such a movie fight where there's literally like 3 different like theaters of combat at once, telling 3 different narratives that we keep cutting between.
There's Ivy with the zombies down there.
This is
There's me with
fantastic.
the witch, and everyone with the elementals. That's my turn though.
Okay. The hag will start by rolling perception at advantage. Just because she's solely focused on you right now.
Of course.
She
Yeah.
does see you. So she is going to... Oh, you are so lucky that she does not have enough movement, but she will take the dodge action to give you disadvantage on the next attack, though.
No worries.
Freya
I just talked to her like, joke's on you, I just wanted to get you closer.
pulls out remote and detonates the C4. Freya.
Michael, are you muted?
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I just disconnected from the call for no reason.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, we're coming up on 4.
Yeah.
Well, we're past 4 hours, but I don't know when we started the.
The recording's at 4 minutes until it cycles through a second one.
You guys call it, but I'm open to finishing this boss fight.
I have Thursdays off since it's April.
I work on it tomorrow, but the thing is, I took a nap today because I didn't get enough sleep last night, so I am nowhere near enough tired to sleep anyway, so fuck it.
I work tomorrow, but the power company is turning off power to my building for the first hour of the day when I would normally clock in, so I'm getting started later.
Michael, are you still muted?
No, I'm using Fairy Fire on the witch.
Ooh, nice. What's the saving throw there?
Saving throw for Fairy Fire will be
Dexterity.
a Dexterity, I believe.
Not her best. Oh, yeah, she fails that. It was still set to advantage, but it was double 7 anyway.
Holy crap.
So what happens is that she rounds the corner chasing after Fergis, and she's got her like long nails that function like claws. And she's like, "Get back here, you little!" And then just like from aiming down the sides, this little poof of fire, and she catches onto pink fairy fire. She goes, "Oh fuck!"
I just wink at her at that point.
Freya just works like a Tau in the 40k.
Yeah. Now that she's got an extra long range one.
And now I can tell this is literally my plan the entire time, to try to get her closer to Freya, because I knew that's what Freya was waiting for.
I'll allow it.
I'm using the marker lights.
I believe that's your, unless you move, I believe that's your turn there, Michael.
Yeah, the defender can't exactly do much.
Defender's gone.
Yep. Taskill.
Just. Oh, no, that's.
I think it's a 20-foot movement.
Yeah. Yes, she's just out of range of the hammer for this turn. Anyway, continue wailing on Bad Boy.
That one will miss.
On the 4 more rounds of hammer.
Miku will spear this one again. Will also miss, so no benefits this round. Zombie going after Ivy. Will miss. Ivy
She hits it
roll damage
for 9.
I hope this fails. Literally, this very interesting encounter is going on up in here, and she's just repeatedly stabbing into the zombie's torso, like, sweet mother of stone god, just go down.
She's like, chops off its arm. It's still coming. Chops off its other arm. Its head.
So she disengages over to here now. That's her turn.
Hilarious. Thrum.
Thrum will grapple. Is this cauldron still brewing?
No, she upended it.
She poured it over. Okay, that was what she poured over. Okay. He'll go ahead and grapple this one.
Okay.
Down to the south, or try to. Sheet. Somebody give me a sheet.
Athletics.
Oh, don't even roll. All right. And he's going to take
one
a
of them days.
5 foot. No, he's not, because that'll just provoke.
Oh, looks like the recording ended, Richard.
No, it's just starting over another.
Okay.
Once it reaches 4 hours, it stops one of the recordings and starts up another one. So I just have to fuse them together when I get to editing them.
Okay.
Witchcraft.
So, Fury time. We're going to have the first one be on Miku, the second one be on Thrum, and the third one be on Taskill. So, Miku, hit. 13 bludgeoning. Thrum, hit. 11 bludgeoning. And of course, they missed Taskill. I mean, he's the high AC character that's expected.
Mm-hmm.
Mickey's looking a little rough now, but he's hanging in.
Thrum used another die to soak that.
Awesome. Hope you've been keeping track of your temporary.
Yeah, he's down to, well, yeah, I have.
Fergis.
Okay, I am going to move this way. And then I am going to shoot at her. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to shoot at the Fury that's next to Taskill.
Gotcha.
Kill the hag!
Nope.
Whiff.
And
Almost
then
the
I
things
am,
off the shoulder.
then I'm going to move with my bonus to move farther. I don't really want to go behind Freya because that seems rude. I'm just going to go a little farther. That's my turn.
Alright. Fully enraged by the fact that she's now on illusionary fire. She is full dashing to get over to you.
What's up?
I will end you.
Shit, dog.
Freya.
5-foot step. Shoot with a heavy crossbow.
Gotcha. Also, to be very clear, there is no 5-foot step. It's just a move action.
It's just
I
a
know
habit
you-
of saying it.
Yeah, I know you know that, Michael. I'm just making sure. It's known.
That is vantage.
Advantage.
That-
There it is. Normal bolts, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
For 9.
9 damage.
9.
Not loving that.
Skin that smoke wagon.
Taskill. Kenneth? Oh, he's moving.
Yes. So it's muted. But the hammer continues its merry chase, and I continue to hack away at this mushroom mud that is trying to kill us all.
It hits.
Mud
11 damage. This one that you've been hacking at is looking extremely rough, like it is very close to dissipating.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's been flushed a few too many times.
Miku will continue his assault. Hitting. Doing 12 damage.
And back to the Zombie and Ivy show.
Come on,
Hey.
she's got to kill it this round.
Do you guys remember Iron Man 2? And near the end, there's that scene where Black Widow and Happy Hogan go to like the office building. There's all the security guys, and Black Widow
And he's
beats up
fighting
like
one.
50 people, and he's fighting one.
That
15,
hits.
2.
Two gnomes enter, one leaves.
I think that actually manages to miss. Yeah, it's one shy of hitting the zombie.
I just can hear her scream. Just going to disengage.
Thrum.
I guess she's getting frustrated.
Do we have advantage swinging at this one?
You do not.
It has
So
disadvantage
he is-
swinging at you.
He has disadvantage swinging at you.
Okay.
Believe in
If
yourself.
he is-
Swing away.
Being this big, could he just walk this way?
I'll
I mean,
allow it. You'd
Mathematically.
still get an AOO from the other
Okay,
one.
he's gonna take a 5. Yeah, he's gonna move here because he can only move 5 feet and take the AOO.
Okay.
At
Yeah,
disadvantage.
disadvantage. 16.
That hits. God damn it. Dumb idea.
11 bludgeoning.
Yep, and he can't use a die because he can only do that on his turn, I think. I don't know. And so now he is going to try and grapple this one below him.
Nope.
Yeah. Turn.
All right. Same as the last time. Miku, Thrum, Taskill. Miku, hit. Thrum, I think hit.
Yep.
And Taskill, ooh.
Very much it.
Yeah.
First it's up. Miku takes 9, which is halved to 4. Um, 17 bludgeoning damage against Thrum. And
That's good.
looks
20.
like 20 damage against Taskill. As it
Mhm.
just brings both fists down to bear on you.
Boom.
That's Thrum's last soak.
I mean, it's a worthwhile one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, stay here as long as I can, and then I gotta run away.
Fergis.
I'm gonna drop my bow and pull out my short sword and dagger. Short sword first. Oh, it'll be at advantage. Let me just roll again.
That'll
See if
hit
I
either
get-
way.
I just want to see if I got a crit
That'll hit.
for 12. And then I forgot to do advantage again.
Yep. That'll hit.
And this will be without the modifiers, so it'll just be a d4, so 4 more damage.
You are just. I mean, like, thematically, she's like swinging her claws at you, and you're ducking, and you're just slashing and stabbing, and it is not going well for her at all.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile,
kinda-
Freya's to the side going 1, 2, 3.
So, like, I'm trying to distract her away from attacking anyone else but me right now because Freya looks on death's door.
Yep.
So I'm basically going to antagonize her, like, how does it feel to know that nobody will ever remember you?
And she is going to take a swipe at you with a claw.
Yep.
10.
Miss.
Yep. It's just a clean miss.
Nice.
Freya.
Another bolt loaded in. Fire the Gloomstalker. Proving to be a very useful weapon.
That'll hit.
For 9.
9 damage.
Oh, by the way, can I say that I use my bonus action to give Taskill a advantage again?
Yeah, absolutely. Taskill.
Mhm.
The witch is very rough, by the way.
Oh, you can make it there.
Oh yeah. And she's still
Well, she's distracted by
terrified.
me.
So the hammer has advantage.
That'll miss.
And
That's
you
poetic.
gave me advantage on my attacks, didn't you?
Yep.
So let's go ahead and see if we can't take this thing down before it crits me again.
That hits.
Mhm.
6 slashing. Not down yet.
I think it's very funny how close Freya is in shooting this witch.
I know.
Especially with a heavy crossbow.
Yeah. Meanwhile, she just
It's-
really has a hate boner for me right now.
It's like you're putting the heavy crossbow on the witch or the hag's shoulder.
Miku tries to scramble up this thing on its own, but he can't quite do it. Meanwhile, the zombie continues its rugged pursuit. Difficult terrain here, so
Oh yeah, she would be closer then. She'd be like right here, I think.
16,
That'll hit.
6.
6.
Out of character, please kill this thing.
I'm really trying here.
I know.
Okay,
This
you know
is
what?
so amazing.
She is going to provoke because she just wants to get the fuck out of here from this
Yeah,
thing.
that's fair. That's very fair.
So it'll provoke an attack, but she is going to get as far away from this thing as she can.
It misses anyway. This entire epic fight's happening. It's just the
Yeah, this has
dumbest
been
zombie.
one of the.
The zombie is like, at this point, it's just a torso swinging like a giraffe's neck when it's in
It
fucking
has
mating.
no head.
Like, it's just
All right.
sheltering. It's like,
He's
again,
gonna
hitting
try
its
and-
torso.
He's gonna try and grab the one. He moved over. He took a 5-foot move,
Mhm.
and you can give me bonus points because I said move instead of 5-foot step. And he's gonna grab the one next to Taskill, and if he succeeds at the grapple, Taskill will have advantage in hitting it.
Okay. Let's see if you can do it. You succeed.
Yay! And he
Roll your
damages, but
piercing damage.
yeah, the piercing, he only takes the 5 because or you tell me. I don't know how that would work out.
It just takes the 5.
Okay.
It's so very close. All right, their turn. Let's start with. Oh, wrong one. So first things first, it's going to try to escape your grapple. So it'll roll strength. Did it roll? Up 22. So you can roll your athletics.
Normal.
Yes.
It's just trying to beat your grapple. Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
have.
He has advantage, so it balances out to a flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have disadvantage. It's okay.
It does break
Yeah.
out, but it can't do any other actions this turn. Though
Which is nice, because that way it won't kill Taskill.
but its buddy will
Yeah.
slam into Thrum. 14.
No, that misses. Somebody missed me.
And the other one will continue trying to pummel Miku. And keep succeeding. 11 bludgeoning. Ooh, Miku's looking rougher around the edges now. He is down to 9 hit points.
This was the worst encounter to not have Loki here, who's
Yep.
like a glass cannon.
Fergus.
So, short sword first.
That'll hit.
For 12 damage.
Okay, so brief little bit of roleplay here as you sink your short sword into her gut.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very clear from how she goes wobbly knees that fun thing about damage in 5th edition is that if you choose to, you can choose to just drop them to 0 and basically make them unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little weird. So before she starts doing death saving throws or anything like that, she's gonna say something to give you a choice. She goes, I know why you dwarves are here. You're seeking Dammerhall, your lost city of treasures. I know things, secret places, things that can help you along your quest. Let me go. I will leave this island and never return. And in exchange, I will tell you them.
When she says that, she's like, sad thing is, I'm the only one here that doesn't care about Dammerhall, and I'd use my dagger and I sink it into her skull.
Cool. Yep, I'll just say she's dead.
Because, yeah, in character, he really doesn't care about Dammerhall one way or another.
Yep.
Fergus, what the hell?
Yeah.
I look at Freya and I'm like, your dad's dying to that one. You might want to get him. And give it advantage against her next attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The hag is dead.
Which I'm sorry if that puts a kink in things, Gombo, but
Nope.
That is definitely something my character would do there.
Yeah, no, it's not.
He made the right call.
Freya.
He's gonna aim at the one next to Taskill. And
You have advantage.
yeah, fun. Gloomstalker at advantage.
That'll hit.
11.
Yeah, so this thing's like barely holding on, and it like rears up to bring its muddy fists down on Taskill again, and you shoot it like right at the center of mass, and that high torque gnomish crossbow just splatters it as it loses all consistency and begins leaking back down to the pools.
Oh hell, the elementals are still there.
Mm-hmm.
And the zombie is still chasing Ivy.
Probably that one would be dead though, because I know technically undead don't function via concentration, but she was kind of. I just want it gone. I'm just gonna say the hag dying takes it out, guys.
No, you see, on its turn, it steps, but it's on a precarious ledge, and it slips and falls, and it cracks its back.
I was gonna say rocks fall from the ceiling.
There we go. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
I've never seen a DM kill its own character.
Rocks fall and everyone dies.
I'll let you guys know this. My original plan for this encounter was that if Loki was gonna be here, I was gonna say Ivy was gonna stay to guard the gnomes, so you would only have one NPC ally in this. So it was just gonna be Miku and not Ivy. But then I thought I would have Ivy be here, so that way it help balance it out. But then she spent the entire time fighting one zombie.
Yeah. It's been a tough encounter. We're all really one hit away from death.
Well, I'm
I'm
glad,
okay.
because it's a boss fight, so it should be tough.
It's good. It's good.
Taskill.
Yeah, well, the hammer is out of range of anything that I would want it to hit. I believe moving it there will get it next turn, yep. So would I need to add athletics or anything over to this little island?
Yeah, give me athletics. It'll be pretty low. I'll say DC 10.
9.
Oh! Not only do you do it, what do you want to do to get like a bonus? Do you want to land on anyone or anything? Because I want to reward that natural 20.
Jump off my shoulder and like come pile drive down on it.
Yeah, if you're gonna attack it, I will let you have advantage on that attack just because it would make a cool moment.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That'll hit.
I was gonna say it still hits.
Yep. So, as this one collapses from Freya's bolt, Taskill leaps through because, you know, you can't toss a dwarf, but it can jump. And he brings his axe down and he cuts into this other one. Nice.
Indeed.
Let's see. Niku's gonna continue trying to solo this one. Hitting with his spear. Doing 12 damage. He's hurt this thing pretty bad, but Niku's in rough shape. Alright, Ivy.
Puts away her short sword and brings out an arrow to knock onto her bow they had in their other hand, and fire off a shot next to the one next to Miku.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Oh.
So 11, 20 damage.
Ah, back with a vengeance.
She's like, you just see her with a goddamn zombie.
I feel like she's twitching and looking over her shoulder, thinking it's still coming.
I will say, small ripcon, the zombie isn't dead. It's just stuck head down in a ditch with its legs twitching in the air.
Good
It's
enough.
just stuck.
I love it. She's gonna go like pick on it.
Thrum. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So he's gonna move a little bit to give Taskill some room, and ta-da. So what's the next step after grapple?
There is no next step. This isn't Pathfinder.
All right. Does he like?
You can restrain him after you grapple him, I thought.
Can he like squeeze him more? No, he doesn't do bludgeoning. Oh wait, he has an ability. Sorry guys.
Also, you grappled this one. This one isn't grappled, I thought.
You're grappling nothing right now.
All right. So if he melee attacks the one that he's he's not grappling this one.
No, you
this one was you were.
Oh
one,
shit!
Then it broke free.
All right. Well,
And then
he's
yeah,
gonna
then it
try and
broke
grab that
free.
one. That makes it easy.
Grab. I thought your ability was that if you hit with an unarmed attack, you instantly grab.
Here, I'll hit it for you.
No, I'm.
So it makes his unarmed attack better, and it makes it so he does damage when he's grappling, and when he's holding a grappling creature and then hits it with a weapon, he does a 1d4 more damage.
Gotcha. Well, you grappled it.
So it's not sexy, but it's fun.
Well, it's rough because these things are immune to bludgeoning.
Yeah. So 3 damage.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah.
And plus, if he's
But
grappled,
now
he has disadvantage on
Taskill-
attacks.
Yeah, Taskill gets advantage, and Thrum.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wrong sheet. Disadvantage. The one that's grappled is going to try to slam you, Thrum, but it's at disadvantage, which will miss. And the other one will continue targeting Miku.
Ooh.
Oh no, not Miku.
Yeah,
No!
So that is have to 11, which is enough to put him below 0. So he is making death saving throws. As he gets kind of like backhanded, crumpled onto the shore side here. Fergis.
Moving up to here. Making an attack against this one. Because it has advantage on it right now, because he's grappled, right?
Yep.
For 12 damage. And yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I'll give a bonus action Freya.
Okay. Freya.
I lost internet right as Miku got hit. Did he die?
He's doing death saving throws.
So Fergus gave me what, advantage?
Yes.
Yeah, advantage on the next attack.
Okay. I really wish I could get close enough just to heal him, but my thing is touch.
I thought you had a healing word.
No, she has cure wounds.
I
I mean, you can try to do like some full move acrobatics jumping if you want to try to do it, but then you won't be able to do it till your next turn.
Yeah. That's what I'm
But
saying.
it's if you full action move, it is within range. You just have to do some rolls.
Let's kill him. So with the saves, it takes 3 rounds to die, right?
Unless he gets a natural 1, then it takes 2.
Or if a creature attacks him and then he loses 2 automatically.
Mhm.
All right, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to launch another Fairy Fire in that one.
Okay.
Or actually, no, I have advantage this round, so why would I
Yes.
waste that? I'm going to hit it with the Gloomstalker.
Gotcha.
Advantage.
You get so many crits with the Gloomstalker.
I
I
know.
know.
It's a very
That
well-made
is
weapon.
amazing.
The gnomes
I'm
know their
always
shit.
firing on it with advantage.
And you were going after the one next to Miku, right?
Yeah,
All right.
that's 9.
All right. It takes all that.
Seems like when I get double damage, it ends up being so low I could have gotten it on a single roll anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, to be
You
fair,
had a 1 and a 1 earlier.
yeah. Oh yeah, good you are. Taskill, you have advantage against this one that Thrum is grappling.
Should probably unmute. So, first things first, hammer. And that give him, well, it's grappled, so it has advantage on the hammer as well, wouldn't it?
Yep. That'll hit.
5. And then I'll scoot over a bit more centered and swing on it. Because
That'll hit.
at some point we have to put the mud down.
Alright, and another 5. Hacking bits out of it. Miku, death saving throw time. Ooh, that's 2 failures out of the gate.
Yep.
One more and he's dead
Oh,
zo.
no.
Ivy.
Okay, Ivy's going to fire at the one next to Miku. And not be sneak attack.
Yep. Definitely it does hit, but definitely a downed party member does not count as for sneak attack.
So that's 9 damage, and that's
Yep.
your turn.
Thrum.
All right, he's gonna drop his battle axe and grapple this guy. Because from what I've read in 5e, as long as there's no restriction, as long as you have 2 hands, you can grapple 2 people.
Okay. I would definitely say you couldn't restrain 2 people without like 8 tentacles, but I'll allow it. You've got reach.
Rock and roll. He's pissed off and he's gonna crack some knuckles. Heads.
You succeed.
Oh. 3 damage.
3 bludgeoning. Or 3 piercing.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Oh. To not end my turn, he can move 5 feet, right? And drag someone who's grappled with him.
Yep.
No, but you can only drag the grappled character half your movement, which would make his movement 2.5 feet. So
Yep.
no.
Yeah. So you stuck. All right. So one is going to take a disadvantaged attack roll against Thrum and miss, and the other one is going to try to break free. The one next to Biku's the one trying to break free because it doesn't have reach. Roll me an athletics there, Thrum.
Yeah. Is it disadvantage?
You have advantage on athletics checks.
Yeah, I
so
think
it's
it's
a flat roll
so
for you.
Normal.
Oh yeah, it can't break free. Fergis.
Taskill, do what you can to heal Miku. And I'm going to fire at the one that is Thrum's holding.
The lower one or the upper one?
Lower one. I keep forgetting
He's
he's holding
holding
two.
both. They're
He's
both
got them both
still
in like a
grappled.
headlock. One in each arm.
Yeah, the one closer to me.
Yep. Go for it. That's the least wounded one. That'll hit. 11.
And yeah, I'm gonna bonus action to Thrum to cancel out some of that disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I love it. He's about to headbutt some motherfuckers.
Freya.
Fairy fire on that one.
It is. You already have advantage against it because Thrum is grappling. So you know.
Oh yeah, okay. I forgot that gives advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Always want to try and get that advantage before I attack.
Oh yeah. You've somehow rear-ended yourself into being a sniper, and that's not a bad thing.
That has to happen at some point.
Especially when you're standing with a sliver of health.
Yep. And that's a miss. Taskill.
All right.
You can probably move through Thrum's space, so you know.
Yeah.
He also has Healing Word if he just wants to use a bonus action. Forget about the one thing.
Yeah, but I might as well get the hammer going. I've only got like one more round of it.
23.
Yeah, these things are probably...
I just know, knowing our luck, if we don't heal Miku, he's gonna be dead.
Yep.
Disadvantaged AOL. 18, which will miss you. You ping it away with your shield.
And drop the cure
Damn,
wound.
they're strong.
Nice. Miku is back up at 12. I mean, prone, but back up.
And it's his turn, he can just stand up, so.
I've got
How does stand-up
one
work?
more second level
Half your
It
movement.
takes half your movement.
Okay.
It's honestly a lot more clear and understandable than... I don't even remember how Pathfinder does it. I like it
just
better.
takes all your
What
movement.
your movement is?
Mhm.
And I don't know if we ever addressed this in a private chat, Co, but I know that in your stone form, your movement is 5. You can still stand up. I'm not going to force you to
I was
turtle
about to
down.
say I can't stand up if I fall.
No. You won't be able to move, but I can say you'll stand up. That would be stupid.
So what's
Uh,
Miku
I've
doing?
fallen and I can't get up.
So Miku will spend half of his movement to stand up. And in an uncharacteristically mammalian gesture, he will nod thanks to Taskill, and he will reignite his rage.
He's got advantage.
Yep. And he will spear the fuck out of this guy. Which will hit. Do 12 damage. Which... So yeah, you see him, he nods thanks, and then he like jumps and uses Taskill's shield as a springboard and drives his spear down through this thing's body, and it just putties it.
Nice.
Ooh. You have more health than me right now.
Ivy still
Thought
has
we were
plenty
going
of
TPK, but we might actually get out of here.
Ivy has plenty of reach with their short bow, so
Yep,
fire away.
that'll hit. Oh,
Nice. 17. That's
17.
max sneak attack.
that is... This thing is barely hanging on. It is almost gooping back into the pool in Thrum's hands.
God damn, sneak attack is so good.
It is.
You only get it once per turn, which is why you usually don't get multiple attacks.
Mm-hmm. At higher levels, I notice it starts evening out a little bit more with some other features people have.
Mhm.
But, Thrum.
All right,
you think-
Thrum's gonna.
Yeah.
Actually, he doesn't have his. He dropped his battle
Dropped his-
axe.
He dropped his battle axe.
Yeah, so he is going to pull out. He'll reach down and pull out his second hand axe
Mm-hmm.
and hit this guy in the face.
Be a flat roll, so maybe you actually hit.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that'll hit.
All right. And he gets. Wait, that's not right. There's a 1d6 missing there.
Yeah, it's just a 0 plus 3.
Yeah. So
Yep.
12 damage.
So you got this thing in like a headlock. It's trying to like goop out, but you pull out your hand axe and you bring it down and you completely bisect it, and it just splatters and slides back down.
Unfortunately, it does now split into 8 small creatures.
I was kind of thinking about that earlier. Are they gonna? Is that gonna happen?
I was tempted, but I didn't want this encounter to take 3 hours when I was planning.
It took a long time, but that was a pretty good encounter.
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
this new weapon. It's really doing me good.
And it's a good time to end it, too, because I'm pretty sure people are going to have some choice words with Fergis after he said he doesn't care about Dammerhall.
Oh, I've already written down 2 things to say.
I mean, if you
To
guys want to,
Fergus.
you can do that now. There was one
I'd
other-
rather wait until next time.
Okay, that's
myself.
totally fine.